say it. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission. My name is John Huber. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission, and I will be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of Knox County, Knoxville Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I will ask Ms. Gray now to call the roll.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
Commissioner Browning?
Here.
Commissioner Levinson?
Here.
Commissioner Boyer? Here. Commissioner Barger? Here. Commissioner Overton? Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Butler?
Here.
Commissioner Biggs?
Here.
Commissioner Daly? Commissioner Gill?
Here.
Commissioner Midas? Commissioner Adams? Here. And Commissioner Huber.
Here.
15 present, sir.
Wonderful. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and the county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or the county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to this community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I will read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I will call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address commission or defer their opening remarks and allow the opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. Once they are done, I will ask for comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you will need to reserve time out of that initial 5 minutes. Above me, there will be a timer displayed on the TV above me that'll show your remaining time as a countdown. Applicants and citizens who have registered to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. Those who have registered to speak online at knoxplanning.org/act do not need to sign in at the podium. If you would like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I will then indicate when it is time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. I saw several people sign up here too, so this is pertaining to that. You will be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the Planning Commission decision that you are speaking on is appealed, we need to be able to contact you and let you know what the status is on that. And we cannot do that without your address. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Again, speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating the comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission, again, within the 5 minutes allotted. Because of the number of items we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent all of them. If you have any items that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share, and please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. You can also hand out, if you have paper copies, you can hand them up to us and we'll make it part of the record as well. I hope you all have had an opportunity to review the agenda package from Planning's website at knoxplanning.org. In addition to the agenda, there's a tremendous amount of information there on the website about how today's meeting will be conducted. Many of the items we vote on will require further action from either City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarding to County Commission for final action, particularly zoning requests, the applicant or their representative must be at the meeting. If you don't show up at the meeting, then it'll either get postponed or straight out denied. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting process, please contact our planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in the order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Levinson leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Next on the agenda are the postponement and withdrawal lists. I will read these lists separately. Item number 11, automatic postponement, re-subdivision of Juha A. Whitney L. Mittinen, property lot 2. Item number 46, automatic postponement, Benjamin Mullins. Item number 29, automatic withdrawal, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item number 30, automatic withdrawal, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item number 38A, Thomas Brandon, automatic withdrawal. Item number 48, automatic withdrawal of the Rivers at Neal's Landing. We will now move on to the postponed list, which will require a vote. Item number 21, postpone Garrett Jernigan. Item number 24, postpone. These are 30-day postponements, to clarify. Item number 24, 0 Locust Hill Lane. Item number 26, Tyler Stinnett. Item number 28, Brent Long. Item number 39, Matthew L. Tinkham, Jr. Item number 52, Yasin Taro, American Dream Development, LLC. Is there a request from anyone to postpone any other items? All right, the chairman will entertain a motion to postpone items as read for 30 days.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Vote carries. We have no 60-day postponements. We have no 90-day postponements this month. We do have one withdrawal. Item number 44, Jonathan Campbell is withdrawn. So I need a motion.
Yeah, but on the, we don't need to move on the withdrawals, right, Amy? I'm sorry? Do you need a motion on the withdrawal? I'll go ahead and do it.
All right. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to withdraw item number 44 as read. Motion and a second.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. And all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We have one item to be removed from the table. Item number 6, the final plat of Isbell Estates, Phase 2. We got a motion out there. Chair will entertain a motion to untable item number 6.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. All opposed? No. Motion carries. We have 2 withdrawals from the table. Item number 1, Leah Metcalf, and item number 2, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Chair will entertain a motion to withdraw items from the table as read.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Motion carries. We are now going to move on to the consent list. Do we have any recusals on the consent list? Up here? Okay, seeing none. Next on the agenda is the consent list, which is comprised of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are all voted on at once in order to save time. Items there listed are listed, pardon me, items are listed in the order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved, it is part of the consent list. There will be no more discussion on it. Now, we recognize that there's a couple of folks here that have signed up to speak on consent items, and we'll address that in just a minute at the end of the consent list. Item number 2, approval of July 10th, 2025 agenda. Item number 3, approval of June 12th, 2025 minutes. Item number 4, approval of June 10th, 2025 annual meeting minutes. Item number 9, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item number 10, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item number 12, Andre Osaku, A and B and C. Item number 13, Savannah Reyes Dixon, items A, B, and C. Item number 15, Rajpal Shima. Number 17, Reginald Bell. Number 18, Brian Ewers, A, B, and C. Item number 20, Patricia Craig. Item number 23, Monterey Oaks Subdivision, Phase 1. Item number 25, Tiger Ventures, LLC. Item number 31, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item number 32, City of Knoxville. Item number 33, City of Knoxville. Item number 35, Final Plat of Belltown, Phase 3. Item number 36, Final Plat of Ebenezer Subdivision. Item number 37, Final Plat of the Enclave at Enclave at Harvey, Unit 1. Item number 42, Jason Strange. Item 43, Southern Standard Enterprises, LLC. Item number 45, Noe Sanchez. Item number 49, LJA Engineering. Item number 50, Khalid Al-Shibi. Item number 51, David Blazer. Are there any items people want to be removed from the consent list? If you could come to the podium, please.
There we go, sorry. Maria McHale, East Tennessee Realtors, address is 609 North Wise Garber. I'd like to request that item number 10, case number 7E250A, be removed from the consent list so that we can discuss.
Thank you. Right, so we also have someone signed up for number 9. Are they present?
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas Avenue, 37921. I'd like to request that 9 and 10 be removed from consent. That's 7D250A and 7E250A.
Very good, thank you. Yes. Is there anyone here to speak on items number 43, Southern Standard Enterprises, LLC? We had somebody sign up, but we're not sure they're here. Okay. Great. If you could come to the podium and state your name and address. And then also number 45, Noe Sanchez. Is anyone here to speak on the Noe Sanchez file? You're the Noe Sanchez? Yeah, if you could come up and, come up and give your name and address at the podium, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Paige Pendleton, 6933 Beeler Road, Knoxville. Here on behalf of Southern Standard Enterprises.
Okay, you're speaking for or against?
Speaking for.
Okay, for the applicant. So you're not in opposition?
No.
Is there anybody in opposition to the Southern Standard LLC? Okay, so we'll leave that one on consent if nobody's here. Okay, so we'll leave that one, and thank you.
Thank you.
And then the Noe Sanchez file, if you could please, in opposition, are you in opposition or are you in the applicant?
I'm the applicant.
Okay, great. Is there anybody present that signed up to speak against the Noe Sanchez file in the auditorium? All right, seeing none, so we will leave that one on consent as well. Okay, so we will need is there somebody else? Okay, so we need a motion. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent items as read with the exception of items 9 and 10 being pulled off. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. Motion carries. All right. So we will now move on to agenda item number 6. Okay, let's see. This is in consideration of amendments being made to the Knoxville City Code. The staff recommendation is to approve the amendments to the Knoxville City Code, Appendix B, Zoning Code, Article 12, Landscape, because the amendments provide landscape quality assurance, promote orderly development, preserve existing vegetation, and further codify the tree protection ordinance. There's somebody from the city, I believe, that's here that can speak to that. Is there?
Or if there's any questions, we've had a
Or,
discussion about it.
okay, or if there's any questions from commissioners on the ordinance change. Nobody.
Nobody has signed up.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, I believe we covered that in our agenda review well enough, and the city did a nice job with that. So the chairman will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion, no, motion carries.
What was the second? I'm sorry. It was Boyer first.
Had a motion by Boyer and a second by Anderson.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right. Very good. Well, we will move on to agenda item number 7. These are more amendments to the city code. The staff recommendation is to approve the amendments to the Knoxville City Code, Appendix B, Zoning Code, Articles 2, General Definitions and Measurements Methodologies. Article 4, Residential Neighborhood Districts. Article 5, Commercial and Office Districts. Article 9, Uses. Article 10, Site Development Standards. And Article 11, Off-Street Parking, to create a new single-family attached dwelling use because it diversifies housing options and increases homeownership opportunity. So there we go. Yeah, is the applicant the city present, someone from the city?
Well, this one is
Or is this just Jesse?
we're all here,
Yeah.
So if there's anybody that's just.
Right, so is there anyone that wants to speak in opposition of number 7? Ms. McHale, you actually had signed up for that, but you don't have to speak on it if you don't.
Signed up in favor of it.
Oh, she's speaking in favor of that one. Gotcha. Sorry. Sure, if you want to come down, that'd be great. Yeah, sorry, I forgot you was both sides.
Okay. When it's in favor, I'll make it short, but I think it's important to express the sentiment. So again, Maria McHale, East Tennessee Realtors, 609 North Wise Garber. We support this. It's a really important mechanism to allow the sale of individual homes in a duplex, which increases the diversity of housing types available. It makes duplexes more affordable both to build as a project and to purchase for homeowners. And so we're increasing opportunities for homeownership. And we think that's really important, especially in the areas of the city where we don't have a lot of vacant land, to allow people to have better access to neighborhoods that are walkable and affordable and meet their needs and allow them to enjoy everything that makes our city great. I also wanted to clarify for the audience here today and for public understanding that this amendment does not expand the areas where duplexes can be permitted. Just like the current code, single-family attached will only be allowed in RN1 and RN2 if there is a special use designation from the commission. I think sometimes there's confusion about that, so just wanted to clarify that. So we're in support. Bravo to the planning staff and to the city for taking this step.
Thank you very much, Ms. McHale. Is there any discussion or questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Come down to the podium, please. Yeah, have you signed up to speak, sir?
No, sir. But if I may, I'd like to address the Planning Commission.
If you could state your name and address for the
Sure,
record, please.
my name is Lee Hume, 6902 Haverhill Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm president of the West Hills Community Association. I object on the grounds that we've just found out about this. I got an email Sunday evening, I believe it was, late in the day. Tried to alert my neighbors about it, my board. Nobody's known anything about this. There may be some unintended consequences that go along with changing the zoning and these new classifications. And we'd like to have an opportunity to better understand it. And with that, we'd like to ask for a postponement on this until we've had an opportunity to become better informed and make an educated decision on the value or whether it's going to hurt neighborhoods or not. But we would like to have that opportunity, and we would request that a postponement be allowed so that we can have an opportunity to become educated.
So if we can, I'd like to call on Lindsay Lenoy. Lindsay, where is she? She's over here. This is Jesse's? Sorry, my apologies, this is Jesse's. Yeah, Jesse, can you speak to that? I mean, the way I understand the ordinance, it's not really changing anything that's not already allowed in R1 and R2. Is that correct?
This new use would appear as a duplex. It would just allow for each unit to be individually sold, and it would be permitted in the same way that a duplex is in terms of where it's a special use versus permitted by right.
Any questions? Any other comments? I think this one, we talked about it at agenda review. It's really left over. It was already approved up until, I think, 2020. It was already allowed in the city zone to do this. What they're doing is just, on a special use in R1 and R2, you can get a duplex already. Up until 2020, you were allowed to have a lot line subdividing that lot in between those two.
Right, and then came recode. Correct.
And what we've seen, the staff has seen, I think, is over time, especially since 2008, after the Great Recession, the banks won't loan on certain types of property, mainly something with a common wall and a common lot. So I think this is in an effort to just promote that. But it's something that was already in the code up until 2020. Got mistakenly probably left out in 2020 until now, so they're putting it back in. But it doesn't, in my opinion, my humble opinion, it doesn't really change the zone. It just allows that same duplex to be built. It just has different owners on either side versus one owner. So that's the only thing. I mean, I personally feel like it's a pretty benign request, and I'd like to see it move forward today if the commission is comfortable with it. Commissioner Gill, you had a question?
No, I just had a couple comments whenever you were.
Please, go ahead.
Sure. So I just want to piggyback a little bit on what you've said, Commissioner Huber, that this is an important change. We've addressed duplexes quite a bit in the last 6 months. There's been a lot that's come through here, and one of the reoccurring things that we keep hearing is that duplexes allow renters into traditional neighborhoods, and that one of the concerns, not that I share this, but one of the concerns that is sometimes noted is that these individuals who are renting these don't have ownership within that neighborhood. And this is one of the ways that we can address that by allowing ownership for these duplexes to be owner-occupied as opposed to somebody else owning them. It is an option for housing diversity. It allows for increased ownership of housing, and allows our housing stock that we do have to be right-sized. Not everybody wants a 4-bedroom house. Some people would prefer a smaller footprint, and this gives them an opportunity to build equity and also live in a neighborhood that they want to. So I'm definitely in support of this. There are some comments that were posted online that I think kind of misread how this code is kind of implemented. There's not an opportunity for people to subdivide lots into even smaller and to build extra duplexes. That's not how this works. This is allowing a lot line to be drawn within an existing duplex at the party line that allows individual ownership of each side of that. As we heard in an agenda review, if somebody were to tear down that other half of a duplex, which I can only imagine would be a bit of a disaster for a party wall, but let's say in a theoretical sense that would happen, that's a lot of record. They would have to return that to a duplex. They wouldn't be able to build whatever they want. This does not open the door for extra duplexes. It does not open the door for higher densities than are already allowed within our code. It is simply a way for us to allow more options for people to purchase properties in and allow duplexes to not only be for renters. So with that, I think this is an important thing, and I'd like to make a motion to approve as per staff recommendations.
Very good. We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next item, agenda item number 8, is regarding middle housing ordinance amendments. The staff recommendation, planning recommendation recommends approval of amendments to the City of Knoxville zoning ordinance, zoning code, Articles 4.6, 9.1, 10.1, and 14.6, which provide provisions to the middle housing standards and related zoning code elements, because they create additional clarity in the zoning standards and will generate better consistency with the surrounding neighborhood. Now, Lindsay can speak to that. Or do we have any opposition to item number 8? McHale, yes, Ms. McHale. Yep, please step up.
Hello again. I have some materials to share with you all and to make your life easier, hopefully, on a couple of these items. Do you mind if I pass those around?
Yeah, please just hand them to Mike over here, please.
Grab my copy. Thank you so much. Again, for the record, Maria McHale, East Tennessee Realtors. First of all, I just want to, applaud the effort. There are a number of amendments on today's agenda that are intended to clarify the process and simplify it for applicants, for the community, for staff. I think that is a good thing. There are a few items and technical issues that the realtors would see with this from a housing standpoint, and so I want to address those while acknowledging that, I am in support of the overall effort and I see what is trying to be done. I think, we support that. So, removing ambiguity is always a good thing, but the challenge that I see with this amendment, and then you'll see later it also ties to 7E, which is why I asked that to be brought back for discussion. Our historical development pattern, and I think the charm of Knoxville that we love, if you look at neighborhoods that everybody calls out as excellent neighborhoods like 4th and Gill and North Knoxville, that development pattern is traditionally very diverse in the size and the types of housing. Even, West Hills back here that everybody loves, the houses aren't the same size, they don't look the same, there's diversity, that's what makes it interesting, right? And if we keep making broadly restrictive adjustments that are based on dimension of the houses rather than the form, I think it actually encourages sameness in design and it discourages some of that historically varied housing character. So as a whole, the intent of middle housing is to make it fit into the surrounding neighborhood, make it look like single family, and that's something I think we need to take into consideration. It's already very difficult to make middle housing work, which is why we don't have a bulk of local builders that are clamoring to do these projects. And you all probably recognize a lot of the people that are applying for middle housing because it's the same people. Only 60 have been approved in total since the inception of the program last year. So that's something we need to keep in mind as we make revisions based on what we've learned in the last 12 months. We should be aiming to make the process better, make the type of housing more feasible to build, not less feasible. Middle housing is a way to give more families access to homes inside the city that are walkable and connected to their neighbors, amenities, transport, local businesses, and jobs. And we need to make sure that we're doing that. So very specifically, what I passed out, and I am not on the planning staff because I am not that big of an expert, but we have identified some issues that we see that are going to restrict the ability to provide housing in these areas, and offered some example solutions that we hope can just lead to further discussion and, not necessarily trying to debate the technicalities on the floor today. Just hoping this can continue to be thought out. Table 4.4, 4.6.c is the lot width standards for middle housing, and it's removing the administrative variance process, which I agree it did have a lot of ambiguity in it. It didn't make it easy for staff, so we would agree with removing the administrative variance. But what we'd like to see is that width given back at the full 20%, reduce the required lot widths by 20% across the board. It doesn't seem to affect a significant number of lots when you look on the surface, but when you combine it with the non-conforming lot update, it's going to significantly reduce the potential inventory for middle housing. And one reason that the administrative variance was not used during the first 12 months is that many of the lots that were developed under middle housing were non-conforming lots of record, and there was a little bit of a loophole there that I understand we're trying to close, where lot width couldn't be held against the project, and that's how those projects got approved. And so without that being in place, we need that additional reduction in width for a lot of the lots in the city to be able to be developed for middle housing. That's important. One other thing to call out is in the variance that was given in the draft, it did not include multiplexes, which are very difficult to build on the available lots based on size to begin with. And that would take the lot width up from 56 feet to 70 feet, which is a huge change. And so if we're going to have any of those projects be possible, we probably need that width back. A smaller issue that I've also noted here is just the foundation to roof height requirement for projections on the side of a building. So it's intended so that you don't have a blank wall with some random thing sticking out that looks weird, right? So we understand that. But having it be required to go all the way from the ground to the roof is a strange requirement. It's ending up causing a lot of design features that just aren't really desirable, don't make any sense, and don't actually make it look better. So I spoke with a number of architects, and what they recommended was having the projection be required to extend the height of at least 1 story of the structure to allow for features like picture windows and things of that nature that would extend from the side of a building and not have it just be a little lump on the side of the house. So those were our concerns with that.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Is there, I guess Lindsay can, yes, was there anyone else in opposition to, or want to discuss this item? Okay, now, staff is available for questions. Commissioners, are there questions about the changes that are proposed? Commissioner Biggs?
I guess just question for staff. Has staff had a chance to review these concerns and proposed changes? Has there been conversation already with kind of this group, the East Tennessee Realtors Association?
This is the first that we're seeing these comments in the form that they are in.
Okay, thanks. I guess just, yeah, maybe question for staff then, given kind of the detailed nature of some of these comments, like, would it be appropriate to have more time to discuss the proposed changes with the group and look at these in detail?
I'll let Ms. Lenoy speak here in a moment, but I will clarify, there have been discussions about the lot width, and we have done, we have quite a bit of data associated with that.
Thank you.
Speaking to the data that we have associated with that, I know that Ms. McHale spoke to the lot width reduction for multiplexes. I think one note I'd bring up here is that currently, in terms of vacant parcels in the RN3 and RN4 zones that would be able to accommodate a multiplex with this administrative variation, so something measuring 56 feet to just under 70, 69.9 feet, there's actually only 2 vacant lots. So adding a 20% administrative variation or reducing the lot width for those forms wouldn't make that significant of an impact. Just 2 vacant lots that could support that.
I will say that, too, we do have some data, too, on non-conforming lots that do conform to middle housing standards. So in RN1, it's 97% of the non-conforming lots in RN1 do meet middle housing. In RN2, 86.5%, RN3, 88.8%, and in RN4, 84.5%. So the vast majority of the parcels that are non-conforming in those zoning districts would be able to take advantage of middle housing with the data that we've pulled.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, one of the things that I think has made MMH be productive, while not at, getting a lot of feedback, while not at, we haven't seen just floods and floods of people using it, but we didn't intend for it to have floods of people. It was always talked about as this is one tool in a much larger tool chest that we need to be working with. So that's why I was a proponent of having us look at this a year out and make sure, like, what did we get right? What did we get wrong? And I think what we're doing right now is adjusting this to address the parts that we feel like we can make better. And that's what I see in what staff has put forward in this change. But I'm wondering if we're hearing from staff that the lots that would benefit from some of the things that have been shared from the community today are smaller in number, would this be appropriate to move forward with it as it is written by staff, but also have that line in the sand? And I could ask staff now, like, when would we get a review again to be able to see what impact did this make? Did we miss an opportunity? Do we need to address this?
I think your question is, would we be willing to continue? Yes, we will continually look at this, and we can do another yearly report. And I would say, you know, for instance, the idea that was just brought up by Ms. McHale about the projections is something also that we could explore in the shorter term, have an internal discussion between our staff and city staff.
Commissioner Overton.
Thank you. Yeah. You know, the way I kind of see it is reducing the minimum lot width matters. And I know that it's only 3% of lots, I think is what you said, that like would be affected. But when you're talking about a housing shortage like we have, 3% is actually a lot of people. And if it's one more unit or one more multiplex, and they're not proposing just multiplexes, they say across the board by 20%, and which would include multiplexes. I think that, yeah, 90%, we can sit up here and that sounds, I mean, I would agree, like, you know, just on the fly, that sounds, well, it is. It's a lot of lots in Knoxville, but those 3% of lots can really make a difference to people that need homes, whether they're renting or buying. And, you know, I think too, the recess projection, I am definitely not an architect, but, you know, I think that where we intended to put missing middle, if architects are saying, hey, you know, this is going to take away things like picture windows or these effects, and we're going to have the straight, you know, boxy stuff, potentially, I think is how I understand it, then, you know, I would be in support of maybe, you know, postponing for 30 days to take another look at it, because I think like variation in housing types and variation in, you know, design is really beneficial for the community. And then, like I said, like, I just think that, you know, I understand that we can't build on 100% of the lots, but I just really think we can make a difference by reducing minimum lot sizes on, you know, something that's intended to, you know, provide infill and provide more units where we can. And even if it's not utilized, at least people would have the opportunity to utilize it. And so I would be in favor of postponement. So I'll make a motion to postpone for 30 days to kind of relook at stuff.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to postpone agenda item number 8. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Clearly, I guess with the postponement, well, did we say how long? We got to say for 30?
You said 30.
30 days? Okay, good, sorry. But yeah, that's to dial in maybe some of these small additions with that. We would appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to agenda item number 9 that was removed from the consent agenda. This is, the subject is cottage court standards. Staff recommendation is planning recommends approval of amendments to the Knoxville City Code Appendix B Zone Code, creating Article 4.7 Cottage Court Standards, revising Article 4.7 General Standards of Applicability to be Article 4.8 and amending Article 9.2 Use Matrix. The proposed amendments create new housing options in the city and are aligned with the intent of the zoning districts in which they are proposed. Is there opposition? Mr. Bentley. Marlowe. R.
Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. I would like to see some more involvement with stakeholders. Despite repeated requests, I nor Parker were ever asked to comment or review this prior. We got it Tuesday morning, 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago. So it's a lot to digest. It's pretty complicated, but right off the bat, some of the things are confusing. For example, the height. I thought we were moving away from this weird midpoint of the gable type of measurement. With middle housing, we went to stories, but it comes back in here. I think I see that it's 14 feet for the units that are along the side, close to the front of the development. That's shorter than we allow for accessory structures. So I just think that makes it cumbersome. Also, that they all have to be single family going down the side, and you can only do duplexes in the rear. I believe that also gets cumbersome. Sometimes the spacing between them, it seems that we're arbitrarily picking spacing. The fire code sets what's required for safety. So to then overlay a different number, we run into places where the various different rules come into conflict, and it creates confusion. My big fear here is that we're creating something with no stakeholder input from those of us that are actually building and want to build this type of development. We'll end up with something like pocket neighborhoods. It's something that's in our zoning code since recode, but there's been 0 attempts to build it. Because if you start digging into it, it's so muddy and so confusing that it's just not practical, it's not economically feasible. And the first impression that Parker and I and our consultations with OISK3, it appears that as written, it's every bit as muddy and murky and just not feasible. So we think that it would be beneficial if we had some time and that we could flesh this out and participate in retooling it slightly to come up with a much better solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other opposition to this file number? Anyone who wants to speak to it in general? 4? Yes. Yeah, Ms. McHale, you had signed up to speak on this item as well.
I was going to let this one go if it was on consent, but I did want to speak to in favor of it, Maria McHale, East Tennessee Realtors. As a concept, I do think it's really important to continue adding different types of housing. And one of the things that I harp on a lot when I'm talking about data is that we have a growing percentage of seniors in our population. It's over a third now, age 65 and up, and we're becoming a retirement destination. And so what we know is that means we need more smaller homes. A lot of times those seniors want homes that are more walkable, more accessible to amenities, where they don't have to drive for a long period of time. They want to be close to their neighbors. So we wanted to applaud the introduction of this as a dwelling type. We think it's a great idea. I did share a few comments with planning that we think that where it's zoned, the lot sizes, again, they'd shared that a small number of those could accommodate these developments, but I would like to see the dwelling type move forward, and am encouraged by the opportunity to continue adjusting that process and giving feedback to make that more feasible. Another suggestion that we had shared was potentially allowing it in the light commercial zones, CN and CG, to allow for more mixed use neighborhoods, especially along corridors where those folks can access amenities. But again, I think if the dwelling type moves forward, those are things that we can continue to address, and doesn't necessarily have to be part of the first draft.
Thank you for your comments. I guess my question would be, I mean, is this viewed like the missing middle where, you know, if we were to pass it today and then look at it in a year and say, okay, what tweaks do we need to make at that point? I'm just throwing that out for discussion if any commissioners have any opinion about that.
I had assumed that it was in. Was watching Director beside you, seemed that she was nodding that it would be in that same cycle. Sorry. I thought I had it on. Do I need to repeat anything? Okay. I agree that it needs to be in that review cycle. And I was watching Director Brooks. She was nodding that it would be in that review cycle. So that gives me comfort with this, because I hear Commissioner Overton and the urgency to get additional housing types onto the plate. And I appreciate Ms. McHale's specifics about the seniors and that people are wanting smaller homes. I'm hearing that personally. So I think the urgency is to go ahead and get this moving and continue to improve upon it. And we're already getting some of those, but I don't want to hold it up because there's, it doesn't happen instantly. It still goes to council and there's a process. So that being the case, I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
Second. We have a, right, we have a motion and a second to approve it in its current form. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We are now on to agenda item number 10 that was also removed from the consent list. I guess, Ms. McHale, you are up again.
Hello again, Maria McHale, East Tennessee Realtors, and I promise after this I will go away. But if anybody wants to chat, I'll be happy to do that. So again, for this one, I want to state that we support the primary intent of this adjustment. I think Director Brooks and her staff have worked hard on these, and I don't want to discount that. The intent to clarify the uses of non-conforming lots and make it clear that only one primary structure should be permitted. I mean, that's something that we would support. I think anything, again, that removes ambiguity and makes it easier for builders and developers is a good thing. I do have, again, some concerns with this one, especially as it relates to what we talked about earlier with the lot sizes in 7C. And so I think some of these adjustments that we're making kind of across the board are appearing to significantly reduce the opportunity for middle housing. And we've already kind of decided, we're going to put it in the TDR. It's going to be in this small area where we feel like it makes sense. But then the more requirements that we put on top of that, the more difficult we're making it. And I completely understand that it's not intended to be, a fix for our housing inventory problems. But I do think, as Commissioner Overton had mentioned, that, one unit makes a big difference for a family who can't find housing. And so we need to take that into account. If there are changes that we can make that don't really hurt the intended form and design, but allow us to build more housing, that's really important. So one note that I want to make, out of the 60 middle housing applications that were approved since the program started, 20 of those were on non-conforming lots of record. That's 1/3. So that's a big deal. And almost all of those required an additional variance because they didn't meet the existing standards. And so if we're taking that away, that's a big chunk of the middle housing that we have been able to build so far. That's 1/3 of it. The intent of middle housing is that it should be similar in scale to single-family homes. And so if single-family homes are the best suitable use for those lots, then I would argue from a scale perspective, that's the entire point of middle housing. That should also work as long as we're complying with those other standards. So it really shouldn't be only based on scale. I do think the loophole where the non-conforming lot width couldn't be held against the project does kind of subvert those middle housing standards, and so I agree with updating that. But we do need to think about the lot size. And if the city intends for middle housing to actually be a meaningful solution, we have to protect that ability. So in the document that I shared with you, 17.3.A, 2 and 3, those points, they are kind of contradicting each other a little bit, stating that only a single-family dwelling as a principal use may be allowed, but then the third point is that one middle housing structure may be allowed if it complies with the existing standards. Frankly, that's just kind of unlikely based on the cases that we've seen so far. And, a lot of those 20 that were approved were only approved because of that lot width loophole. Lot width on a non-conforming lot of record can't be held against the project. So that kind of invalidated all the width requirements, and that's why those ended up being approved. And so if going forward we're thinking about this, the average width of some of those non-conforming lots, and I realize that's average, not median, but it was under 40 feet, which is 40 feet is the allowance in the draft amendment that would be an option. So we're already ruling out a lot of those lots. An example solution to that would be to say that only a single-family dwelling or a two-family dwelling is allowed as a principal use. That's still one structure, but I think duplexes are a really good fit for these kinds of lots. I agree with not trying to cram in 8 homes on a small lot, but a duplex is a good solution. And the size of those makes a lot more sense, so we could allow that along with the single-family dwelling. while avoiding those overly dense projects that we're trying to rule out with this update. And that would allow point 3 to stay as is, allow other middle housing types where it already fits the lot size and meets all the standards, great, but giving a little bit more consideration to those size issues. And then lot created by deed, the experts maybe need to look at this, but it seemed to me that we might need to include single-family attached as a dwelling type so that that also works on non-conforming lots if that's our intent. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Portier, would you mind? Bentley, sorry. And Jonah Pruitt, sorry. Yeah, you want to hand those out? Yeah, please.
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. So what I'm passing out, or having passed out here, I have 2 middle housing approvals on non-conforming lots that were approved early on. One's on a 27-foot wide lot, one's on a 32-foot wide lot, I believe. Behind that, you'll see where I have almost identical copies of that previously approved design on a 25-foot wide lot and a 30-foot wide lot. Behind that, you'll see where I have a design for a triplex that fits on a 25-foot wide and a 30-foot wide lot. And you'll also see a design where I have 2 25-foot wide lots side by side, and I'm sharing the property line with a common walk area and having a triplex on each lot, so 6 dwelling units in 50 feet. All of these have been worked on with OISK 3, and we believe that they meet every requirement of the middle housing. In fact, 2 of the handouts you have will be back before you on appeal next month. But we believe that these are satisfy life safety, fire safety, zoning code requirements under middle housing, and can create additional units on these very small lots that most people are overlooking and dismissing. I'd like to recall that 2 years ago when we first approached middle housing, I persistently brought up these non-conforming lots, and planning staff repeatedly stated that there were so few of them that it wouldn't matter. Well, apparently, 2 years later, it does matter, and here we are. So I just think there needs to be more conversation about this. I think there needs to be more discussion. I would like to see a postponement to allow that. In particular, this seriously affects me because in reliance upon having 2 approved middle housing on non-conforming lots, I entered a contract with KCDC and I purchased over a dozen non-conforming lots from KCDC in the last 12 months, specifically to put middle housing types on them. We currently have worked out designs with OISK 3. Many of them have been submitted in the last week or so. The others are nearing prepared to be released, but it's 46 dwelling units on non-conforming lots. And if you adopt this as written, those dwelling units go to 0 because the practical impact of forcing a single-family home on a lot under the new City Council approved variance program requires 8 variances, and that costs $2,000. And any one of them, if you don't get each of the 8, almost renders a single-family home project on a non-conforming lot impossible. So I'd just like to have a request of postponement so that we could discuss this and look at this in more detail and how it will have some serious negative effects for our housing stock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marlowe. Ms. Pruitt?
I'm sorry. Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Mr. Marlowe, the papers that you shared are going around and they're not clear. How many should each person be getting?
Oh, I had them stacked.
So should we each have?
I think you should each have like 5 pieces of paper.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, Mr. Pruitt. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jonah Pruitt, an architect here with OYSK 3 Architects. We work with Bentley a lot on this type of projects. And the East Tennessee realtors, I agree with their findings and their general agreement, so that was very nice to see. I I agree with postponing this. I think this is worth talking about. In the TDR neighborhoods, I think if you look closely at almost any lot, you can find something really funky. And I think we should talk about this more, especially in our practice where it feels like over half of the incoming projects are technically non-conforming for middle housing. I'm not sure if it's how they're placed within, like geographically within the neighborhood. Maybe these non-conforming lots are closer to amenities that people like. The dispersal, I think, tells a different story than just raw percent numbers. And I think that's kind of what we're bumping up against here. I often tell people if I could be an architect that only does middle housing for the rest of my life, I would find that to be a worthwhile career. And I think steps to limit the creativity of what this really amazing project the commission has taken on, to ding it, slow it down, try to artificially shrink it, I think is not in keeping with what I would like to see as a member of this community and a member of the design community here. So thank you all very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Midas, do you want to speak now? I was going to call on Ms. Bourget, or do you want to?
Go ahead.
Would you mind speaking to the file, please?
Sure. I do have some data that I can present to you all. There's been some mention of variances, and I know that's a question that you had asked at agenda review as well. So the city pulled some variance, the cases over the past 5 years, starting in 2021 for us. So I will say regarding non-conforming lots to width only, there were 8 properties that needed variances, lot width only 9. Compare that with 31 that needed lot width and area. There were 12 that needed middle housing. That's in addition to those others, not the same. Of those 12, there were 3 recurring variances, and those were 6 were to increase the maximum building depth. So that really didn't have anything to do with the width of the lot. That was more asking to make the missing middle structure larger. 4 were to decrease the interior side setback to allow side-by-side duplexes. Presumably, this is instead of stacked duplexes. So, for example, a side-by-side duplex can be a maximum of 40 feet wide, whereas a stacked one can be 35. So, yeah. 1 was to increase the front setback from 10 to 94 feet to accommodate a second middle housing structure. So I think it's a little bit misleading to say that they kind of needed variances. I guess that's open to interpretation. Looking at, let's see, that's some of the other comments that were made. Adding single-family attached, the duplex hasn't been added, so I think we would need to look at that more carefully, not really make a decision on that today. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. I do have other information on non-conforming lots. I've got lots of data here if anybody wants to ask specific questions about some of that.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Adams. Midas, sorry. Apologies.
Take that as a compliment. Michelle, are you thinking we need a postponement?
No, I feel comfortable with them, but that's up to you all.
Okay. Well, I guess what I would like to say is that, we've had a lot of discussion about housing and the availability of housing. The original idea between middle housing was to be able to make something that works with neighborhoods and is conducive to neighborhood development and the neighbors that are existing there now. And I think it's funny that we're even having this discussion to be able to say that, we have to limit that to one primary use, one primary dwelling. I think all that was kind of considered as a given before this was even passed, and obviously it's not. And I am 100% supportive of these amendments, and I really appreciate the work that Michelle has done and everyone else has worked on that. And I'm going to go ahead and vote for to pass this ordinance and approve as written.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner Gill, you had a comment?
Yeah, it's an interesting, oftentimes we're presented with some pretty technical matters and they all interplay together. And so a lot of this conversation has been sort of walking in between two different matters. And I think it's important to point this out only because this one in particular is dealing with the non-conforming lots being treated entirely different than anything else that's in the code. So we in effect have two different standards with missing middle is if you're in missing middle and you're on a non-conforming lot, there's an entirely different set of rules that you have to consider versus what you have to be if you're on a lot of record. And that's not a great way to write fair policy that applies across the TDR zone. What we're saying is that, you know, if you're on a non-conforming lot of record, these width requirements don't apply at all. I think it's a much cleaner way to address than we put a postponement on the floor for the original one that we were discussing on lot sizes, and it's very clear that that's not cooked enough, and we need to have a lot of conversation as to what a minimum lot size is. But once we've established that lot size, that needs to be the lot size across the board, regardless of what lot that you're on. If that means we need to dramatically lower the lot size, that's the minimum, because if it's okay in a non-conforming lot to have a 25-foot width, then it should be okay anywhere. That conversation hasn't been finished. This particular ordinance change that we're looking to make is simply saying that standard that we developed through this other one is going to apply equally across the board to all the lots that are being affected by missing middle. It's not unreasonable to say that that the lot size as listed in the previous one is not appropriate for areas in the non-conforming lots because it's going to unduly restrict that. I don't think that's an unreasonable statement, but that's not what we're actually discussing on this particular one. What we're saying is that if they qualify for the missing middle, then they should be allowed to do missing middle, and if they don't, then that's not going to apply to them. And I think that that's a pretty reasonable way of moving forward. We should address the concerns about what size lot is being built on with the ordinance that we postponed, and I'm supporting this one because it just sets the rules as standard that says non-conforming lots that should not have missing middle housing because we've deemed them to be too small shouldn't have missing middle on there. There are other uses that we can use in that regard. And that's why I'm in support of this.
Very good. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, there's a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We are now into our rezoning portion of the meeting. Agenda item number 14. The applicant is Aurora Incorporated. The location is the northwest terminus of Pipkin Lane, south of Kingston Pike and west of I-140. Approximate size of the tract is 14.16 acres. The present zoning is agricultural and hillside protection. The zoning requested is R1, single-family neighborhood and hillside protection. Existing use is agricultural. The staff recommendation on the file is to approve the RN1 single-family residential neighborhood zoning district because it is consistent with the one-year plan and the Southwest County Sector Plan. The hillside protection overlay would be retained. Are there any comments? Chair will entertain a motion. Is the applicant present? First. Yes, sir. Okay, would you like to speak? There's no opposition in the crowd. Very good. Okay, now the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We are now on to agenda item number 16. The applicant is Steve W. Abbott Jr. Location is the south side of Landview Drive, east of Pickering Street. Approximate size of the tract is 10,080 square feet. The present zoning is RN1, single-family residential. The requested zoning is RN2, single-family residential, and the existing use is vacant. The staff recommendation is to approve the RN2 single-family residential neighborhood district because it is consistent with the sector plan and will eliminate the zoning nonconformity of the property. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Did you want to make any comments? Okay. Is there any opposition? Not seeing any opposition, the chair will entertain discussion or a motion. Commissioner Midas. I got it right this time.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about this one. I know there has been a lot of discussion about nonconformity. And, when I looked at this lot, first of all, I saw a lot of RN1 surrounding it. I did have a discussion with Director Brooks regarding it, and it was R1 prior to recode. And then the justification for the rezone was nonconformity. And I think it's interesting because I don't know if Michelle would like to repeat that. There's a lot of nonconformity in our zoning code. I don't agree that just because there's a nonconformity on a lot, it should be up for rezoning. So, out of respect for the integrity of what was R1, what is now RN1, this is a 10,000 square foot lot. So it is, as far as square footage, it's conforming with R1 standards. I know the lot width is small, but I am going to oppose this rezone to RN2. And I believe it should stay exactly where it's at.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. I believe I saw somebody on the left side over here might have had a light on at one point. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, so I was going to make a motion to approve per staff recommendation. I understand what Commissioner Midas is saying, but I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when we talk about non-conforming lots, they're non-conforming lots in any zoning, right? I mean, when we've talked about it in the context of, the previous discussion with middle housing, I think this is distinct because there's RN2 across the street, and this is a conforming lot in RN2. It's just not a conforming lot in RN1 based upon the width. And so I don't really think that's the same. So I'll make my motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Was Commissioner Daly? Very good. Okay, we have a motion to approve agenda item number 14 per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? We got one no. That was agenda item 16, pardon. All right, we are now moving on to agenda item number 19, Daniel Levy. The location is the intersection of Sevier Avenue, McCormick Street, and Valley Avenue. Approximate size of the tract is 6,287 square feet. The present plan is designation is low-density residential, hillside protection, RN2 single-family residential, and hillside protection. The proposed plan is neighborhood commercial and hillside protection as well. The existing use is a vacant lot. All right, is the applicant present? Very good. So I need to read the...
I don't know if there's any opposition that wants to speak or if there's anyone.
Well, let me read the staff recommendation real quick. I hadn't got that far. But yeah, so staff recommendation on this file is to deny the neighborhood commercial land use classification because it would be an encroachment of a commercial land use classification in a residential area and does not meet the location criteria for the neighborhood commercial land use classification. So, very good, Mr. Levy. I'm sorry, you can speak now.
Yeah, Daniel Levy, 3523 Maloney Road, Knoxville, Tennessee. And we understand the staff concern and the recommendation for denial based on the commercial nature of the CN transitional rezoning request. Our client's intent for this parcel is to do a duplex and to keep it residential in scale. There is some CN zoning further down Sevier that you can see, and obviously this area is dramatically changing both from an infrastructure Just the whole character of the neighborhood is there's a lot of investment in the area. And so with the unusual nature of this lot, both the shape and the setbacks, we were really limited, and we talked with both city zoning staff and planning staff as far as what would be the best approach here. And so I don't even know if the commission can approve this zoning with the condition that it stays residential in use, but that is the intent, is not to have commercial, but to do a duplex. So if that is an option, that would be what our client would want to do versus pursuing a bunch of variances requests.
Well, real quick, I think we can answer that. Unfortunately, in the city, we cannot conditionally zone any properties, but we can in not for uses. Well, we can't conditionally zone a rezoning on a use, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I
thank you for
don't know
that
if you have another
clarification.
avenue or more thoughts on that part of it.
No, I mean, like I said, we understand this corner here is adjacent or close to some of the commercial that's further down west on Sevier, and so that was some of the limiting factors for wanting to approve additional commercial.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Adams.
You have to check the name.
I'm just getting used to it.
I'm super familiar with this particular parcel. I ride my bike past there all the time. And while if you're not familiar with this area and you are familiar with Sevier Avenue and the commercial that's there, it's very close to that, but it is a distinct neighborhood. Like you pull into this and you are in a residential area. There's no longer commercial there. You've left the commercial zone and now you're in a neighborhood. It is at the front of it. However, I share staff's concern that to introduce neighborhood commercial there, even though it would be neighborhood commercial, would be to start to really impact that residential neighborhood intention. So I appreciate knowing that that is what the applicant was goaling for, but I can't support this zoning here. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to accept staff's denial of this case, or of this rezoning, excuse me.
Yeah, we need to do the sector plan first, but do you want to make a motion on the sector plan then? Denial of the sector?
Yeah, I will make a motion to deny the sector plan, yes, per staff's recommendation.
Great. Commissioner Gill, did you have a?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that, and this is my obligatory every time this comes up in this meeting, that within the city, we don't typically ask what you're going to put there for the simple reason that we have to consider that the zoning can be used once it's attached to that property. It can be used for whatever. So for whatever reason your client decides to not pursue a duplex in this, even though I am definitely in favor of a duplex in that, they can put whatever they want and there is no recourse. That does not have to come back to commission. It is just commercial. So I appreciate that your client was hoping to do a duplex on there, and that's something that I think that there are other avenues. RN2 does allow it by special use, and there are variances that can be applicable considering the lot size is definitely different. That would be the appropriate way to move forward to try to get a residential development on there. I know it seems on the surface easier to go that CN route, but we just can't let a commercial, we have to consider it as the most intensive use that's available to whoever is buying that land. In that case, that could be a fairly intensive use case in a neighborhood that shouldn't and cannot support that. So I'm in favor of denying this as
Is that a second of the motion of the denial of the sector plan?
Well, sure. If somebody hasn't seconded, I'd be happy to do so, but I think, yeah.
Very good. Commissioner Midas, did you second that before? Okay, so we actually have three motions on this file. The first which is the sector plan. So there is a motion and a second to deny the neighborhood commercial land use classification on this file. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We will now, Chair will entertain a motion. The staff recommendation is to deny the neighborhood commercial land use classification because it would be an encroachment of a commercial land use classification in a residential area and does not meet the location criteria for the neighborhood commercial land use classification. the hillside protection overlay would be retained. So Chairman will entertain a motion on the denial of the one-year plan.
And it's so moved per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to deny the one-year plan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Now, the third and final motion, the staff recommendation is to deny the CN Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District because it does not meet all of the criteria for a rezoning. The hillside protection overlay would be retained. This is for the rezoning. Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved to deny the rezoning based upon staff's recommendation.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to deny the neighborhood commercial zoning. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have another one here that will take three motions. This is Heyo Architecture. The location is the north side of Forest Avenue, east side of 20th Street. The approximate size of the tract is 13,300 square feet. The present zoning is mixed use SD / MU-CC17, the mixed use special district, Fort Sanders neighborhood, RN5 general residential. The proposed plan is the mixed use special district, Fort Sanders neighborhood, MU-CC16. The existing use is vacant land. I believe the applicant is here. If they want to come, oh yeah, there we go. And there again, let me read the motion. This is going to take three motions: a sector plan, a one-year plan, and a rezoning. The staff recommendation on the sector plan is to not deny the mixed-use special district MU-CC16 as it does not meet the criteria for a plan amendment. The applicant is present.
Yes, thank you. Logan Higgins, 133 South Gay Street. It's kind of strange to be on this side of the podium for a while. It's been a while since I've been on this side of the podium, but happy to be here, and of course, as always, appreciate your all's time. This case, I posted a comment on the public comment section with a PDF that shows some contextual images and a snippet of the sector plan and what the sector plan calls for, and to kind of explain why we're requesting this and why we understand that based on a technical reading of the sector plan, it does not outright directly say these zones are it doesn't recommend any zones specifically, but it does recommend zones to assign to these based on the functionality of those zones. And so that you'll kind of see that in the reference to the sector plan chart on there. But I'll go ahead and kind of preface with this. Whether we change the sector plan and one-year plan to the CC16 or keep the CC17 doesn't make a difference to us. Staff recommended that we apply for the different sector plan just because of some of the language and that the IMU zoning may be more easily allowed under the CC16. I think that's more of a discussion to have with council and see whether that actually is relevant and necessary here. So jumping into why we're requesting this rezoning and why we think it's completely justified in this sector plan. This is a mixed-use special district. The rezoning we're requesting is the only zone that literally says mixed use, and there's more to it than that. But if you look at what CC17 and CC16, they both have very similar language, almost exactly the same, but it says under recommended uses, a mix of uses should be allowed, including residential and office, and the design and scale should be complementary to surrounding context. For recommended zonings, It says zones that allow a recommended use, so the office or multifamily or residential, or a mix of these uses should be considered, can be considered. And then it goes on to say that the zonings recommended, that it recommends, should be comparable in building setbacks, heights, parking, location, and screening. So when we look at this site and the surrounding sites, it was noted in the staff report, if you'll go to the zoning, please, all around this is IMU. And what is the historic context, and you can see some of the images on the document that I posted, historic context mixed with the current context, which is projects being built on these IMU sites, is that the setbacks, the scale of these buildings are being built to match what is allowed under IMU. RN5, being in the middle of that, has very different setback requirements. And what that leads to is a drastically different project scale on this site. And again, like I said, the sector plan, the CC 16 and 17 both say to ensure infill development is compatible with surrounding neighborhood. Best way to do that is to have a similar zone, and that would be the IMU in this case. When it comes to the technicality of what is allowed under the CC 16 versus the CC 17, the reason back in, I think, 2022, 1J22RZ, 2 blocks away was a rezoning to IMU, and the justification was a lot of the surrounding context and an extension, it being an extension of that zone. And we think that, you know, we've looked at this a lot over the past couple years. We've looked at a few different ways to do this, and we've really come to the conclusion that the best way to fit with this context is through the IMU zone. And last thing I'll say is, in terms of the language of what is allowed zoning-wise, the sector plan here only says recommended. There is no list of required or limitations to what zonings are allowed here. So happy to answer any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about, I went down there just to make sure that I had my thoughts straight on this, because I was concerned when I saw that the property in question does seem to be in this island of IMU. And so when I went there, it's residential across 20th Street, it's residential right beside it, it's residential behind it. In front of it, it's parking. But I have a question about the residential that's across 20th is new. And the residential that is right beside it appears to be old, like it's been there for a little while. It doesn't appear to be a new construction. I don't have a date on it. But it is a house type. It's not a brick. It looks more like a kind of a historical sort of house, but I think it's got lots of units in it. So I think that while these are both IMU surrounding it, that they are not necessarily building, like IMU has been applied at some later date. They were structures that were there. And Kelsey, you may be able to speak to that.
So the IMU on the west and east sides of the property are legacy zoning.
Okay, so legacy zoning, newer construction for at least one of those, and it's been built as residential.
That is correct.
Okay. And then residential behind it, or as you get further away from the university. So I'm less compelled then by the fact that it's got IMU on either side, because that seems to be sort of legacy stuff, but it's not really necessarily going in that mixed-use direction. It's going in the residential direction. So I'm less inclined to try and change a residential zoning to make it opened up to mixed use, since whatever, all the other things that are happening in that area are trying to fill the need of the residential usage.
If I could
Yeah,
comment
yeah,
on that, I mean, I know the intended use outside of the context, the plan is for residential, and the IMU, the big thing is the setbacks and how that leads to neighborhood compatibility. These others that have been built in the IMU, yes, they're residential, but they're built with, they're much closer to the street. They've created much more of that historic streetscape and continued the historic streetscape that's there. With the RN5, the setbacks are multiple times larger than what you have on the IMU, and on a corner lot, it's getting affected in both directions. So what we end up is, we've got all these new and old buildings that are right up on the street, creating a nice context, and then hit this corner lot, and it's pushed way back away from the street.
So the structures that are across 20th, for this conversation, they seem to be that closer to the sidewalk, exactly as you're describing them. But the structures that go down the rest of, to the right of the property, those are all more, they're further back. So it's kind of a question of, what do we want this corner to be? Do we want it to be matching what's across the street, or do we want it to be matching what's right beside it? And is the vernacular down that way? Yeah.
Kind of, yeah, absolutely. And with the vacancies on this block, and a lot of the older single-family houses have been torn down to be replaced with multifamily housing. Combine that with the vacant lots, I expect the pattern to continue in that closer to the street.
Why, you said that staff had urged you to apply for the, I'm getting confused. It is currently 17.
Yes.
And that staff had encouraged you to apply for 16?
Yeah, because staff can explain that a little bit better, but there's reference to language that says along Grand, a business park designation or use is permitted. And in the use table, IMU is allowed under business park designation. And so when we had discussed the property down the street a couple blocks, it's not on Grand, but there was a recommendation for approval on that. It has the CC16 designation. And so I think using some of that language as like an extension. But again, I would say from a legal standpoint, because this is all based on recommended zones, I don't necessarily know that I don't think it has to be the CC16.
I'm encouraging that. I hope that is developed in a way that is consistent with the residential movement that is happening there. But I'm concerned about it going to more intensive uses. To your point, like, we have to consider all of those uses. So for the 16-17 difference and for the RN5 and IMU difference, those are my concerns. But I want to be quiet and let other folks talk for a bit.
If I could just add parking requirements for a more intense use on a lot of this size, it's so small, these older lots, you can't put a parking lot and a more intense use, and IMU wouldn't allow for this to just be a parking lot servicing the hospital or something. So, I think that the odds, the possibility of a more intense use is very narrow with that.
I know I said I was going to be quiet, but I'm changing my mind. Would it be possible, this is a question to Kelsey, for this to have this, it is 17 now, but for it to retain the 17 status as opposed to changing both IMU and to 16?
So we felt when looking at both of the mixed-use special districts, we tried to look at the intent of both of them. And so MUCC 16 is kind of intended to be, it's intended to support the much wider range of uses that are permitted along Grand Avenue, a lot of which were historically non-residential, because it would be appropriate for those uses to continue. Whereas that MUCC 17 kind of focuses on a mix of uses that align a little bit more with the residential environment. And it recommends the office land use classification and the medium density residential and higher density residential classifications, which really point towards less intensive uses that are just more compatible with residential environment in general. So we didn't feel that IMU really met the intent of that mixed use special district, which is why we felt that it wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay, so help me understand this, though, is that if we look at the zoning map on there, across the street, literally right next to it is an IMU zoning, and that's within the CC 17. So the entire reason that we're considering a sector plan adjustment is for him to get zoning that already exists next door in the same 17 district. So I think that's where I'm confused, and I think that I was really listening intently to what Commissioner Adams was saying, is because like, we're having a zoning conversation, but that's supposed to happen after we have a sector plan. Why are we changing the sector plan if that zoning is already next door?
I will say that some of this is a carryover from the zoning ordinance from prior in the way that IMU was placed on the previous zone. So the zoning's not conforming with the sector plan for the IMU. Mainly because IMU allows heavy industrial uses, and that's what we think is not consistent with that land use designation that they're requesting. So there is IMU next to it, but it's not consistent with, it's not in compliance with the sector plan.
I would just add that during recode, these used to be I2, and they were transitioned to IMU to find a comparable zone during the recode process. The exhibit that Mr. Higgins provided shows that there are very explicit land use classifications that can be considered within each of these mixed-use special districts. And within those land use classifications, there are very specific zones that can be considered. The sector plan and one-year plan classification that is part of this is the only one that allows consideration of IMU.
So I haven't forgotten about you guys over here, just letting the staff make their comments, but Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I guess I was just, appreciate the question, Commissioner Gill, as I had the same kind of confusion. Like in thinking about what's adjacent to the property today, similar to how we talk about, hey, we have to think about the potential maximum that can be built there. I would imagine with UT's population increasing, like those older houses are going to be at some point converted to a more dense and high, apartment count kind of complex at some point that probably does front the street. So in thinking about the likely future scenario of the surrounding properties, I guess I'm hesitant to kind of say, hey, we shouldn't consider a rezoning because of the, less dense residential structures that exist like today, that I would anticipate that those change. So I'm struggling a little bit because there already is that precedent for potential higher density adjacent. And so just a comment, I guess, that I'm thinking out loud.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. I would kind of echo Commissioner Biggs' point. I think I'm probably the person closest to have been living in the fort on this body in years. But, and so that, that being said, I think like when you look at the content, and that was 10 years ago. So, when you look at the context of the neighborhood, like even if you had a single family house on that lot, there could be 8 girls living there, easily. And so to me, the residential scale, I think I agree with. And I think though too, that like we need to consider that the fort is one of our really good like walkable neighborhoods. And that, kind of interplays with mixed use. I remember walking to Sam's Party Store like 2 blocks away, and I just looked on the map, it's like RN5, and that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So it's like, to me, to Commissioner Biggs' point, it's like if this becomes heavy industrial, then UT's gone and we're all screwed. So like, I think it's kind of better to think about it from my perspective of like, okay, MUCC 16, you know, it allows higher density. That's kind of the direction things are going in the fort. They've been going that way for a while. It also allows retail, which I think, you know, on a corner lot like that could be really great for a walkable community like the fort. And then, you know, like I said, I think industrial mixed use just allows so many different uses, and I think that's just true to the character of what the fort has been for a reasonably long time, and I think the direction it's going as well. And so with that, I'll make a motion to approve the sector plan amendment to MUCC, is that right, 16, because it does meet the criteria for a plan amendment.
Okay. Well, we have a motion to approve the mixed-use special district MUCC 16. And we have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
We got 2 noes.
I'd just like to clarify that I'm very supportive of the residential component there. It's that 16-17 differentiation that I feel like we're setting up maybe a bad precedent for how that development could take place. So just want to clarify.
Very good. So just for the record, the no votes, can you make, you got 1? Okay, you got 3? Motion passes 12-3. Now we will move on to the 1-year plan. Staff recommendation is to deny the mixed-use special district MUCC 16 mixed-use district because it does not meet the criteria for a planned amendment. But do I have a motion?
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the 1-year plan amendment to MUCC 16 because it does meet the criteria.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the 1-year plan to approve the mixed-use special district MUCC 16. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? We will move on. Motion carries 12-3. We will now move on to the rezoning. The staff recommendation is to deny the industrial mixed-use zoning district because it does not meet all the criteria for a rezoning. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the industrial mixed-use zoning district because it does meet the criteria for rezoning.
We have a motion and a second to approve the industrial mixed-use zoning because it does meet the criteria for rezoning.
We need a little more related to the criteria for
Okay.
rezoning.
Give me just a second. So Director Brooks is asking for a little more clarification on the on why we are going against staff recommendation, but I think we can look below it. You had a lot of good suggestions earlier about how the area has been developed.
Just a specific criteria on why it meets the rezoning.
For the zoning?
Rezoning, yes, correct.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it's like the same as the surrounding lots and meets the character of the neighborhood. Is that good?
Sounds great to me. So we have a motion and a second to approve industrial mixed use zoning because it does meet the criteria that Commissioner Overton just stated. So all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 12-3. Okay, we are now on to item number 27, Heyo Design and Development. The location is the north side of Delrose Drive, south of Brooks Avenue, west side of Riverside Road. The approximate size of the tract is 31 acres, 0.34 acres. Zoning currently is RN1 single family, RN4 general residential neighborhood, and hillside protection overlay. The existing use is vacant land. The proposed use is the preliminary plan for a residential development. This is a planned development. We've seen this multiple times come in front of the committee, and it has been postponed until today. So the applicant is present. Would you, is there any opposition that would like? Okay, so we've got, have you guys signed up? Did you sign up online or at the podium? Okay, Would the applicant like to let the opposition go first? Okay. So you got three folks that want to speak, 4 folks that want to speak. We need to try to keep that within the 5-minute allotted time. So if you guys, whoever wants to come up and speak first. Gotcha.
Can people in favor of it have an additional opportunity to speak?
Yes, the people in favor will have 5 minutes as well. Please, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Zachary Schultz, 3107 Marble Hill Boulevard.
Very good.
In respect to the 5 minutes, I'll try to be quick. First of all, I'd like to thank Jesse Hillman for writing a wonderful preliminary plan on behalf of the staff. It was easy for me to follow. I'd like to agree with the denial of the development. To start, the plan development application undermines a 2024 zoning decision that purposefully limited the site to RN4 rather than RN6. The applicant seeks to effectively achieve RN6 level height, density, and setbacks without formally obtaining rezoning. The project's scale, massing, and density are incompatible with the surrounding residential uses and character, and the applicant previously accepted the RN4 zoning as compromised before. If I were to put this into context, I would say that the applicant was told that they weren't allowed to have ice cream for dinner, and so now they're asking for a frozen dairy treat instead. The public amenities are private in function and management. The so-called public amenities are not truly public in form, function, or access. There is no legally binding plan for the maintenance, funding, or public access to the parks, trails, or recreational facilities. Walking paths offer no meaningful offset to connectivity. Strictly speaking, Delrose does not have any sidewalks, so there's no way for anybody on the Delrose side to get there. It's a 2-lane highway with a double yellow. Working for 911, I can tell you that we get plenty of wrecks on that road, and this would make traffic very difficult. The environmental benefits are either minimal, overstated, or unsubstantiated. This is a greenfield site composed of mature forest, and the city's urban forest master plan aims to increase, not reduce, canopy cover. The developer claims that the preservation of 3.5 acres, but this is only about 11% of the 31-acre site and less than the previous plan. In conclusion, I would like to say that the proposed development fails nearly every test for approval under the plan development process. It does not meet the purpose of a plan development zone. It lacks substantial public benefit. It is incompatible with surrounding land uses. It attempts to bypass a democratic zoning decision, and therefore it would create a bad precedent for future planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schaefer or Mr. Honeycutt? You just come down and state your name and address for the record, and you've got, both of you have combined 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
Hi there, Ryan Schaefer, 1517 Riverside Road. My wife and I also own 1519, so you can see we're at the sort of the top of the development there. I don't know if I can put my comments into, I know there's other people who want to speak. I think the kind of the opposition is fairly well articulated to this project. There's a lot of people who are kind of upset about it, but I more had a question for the general discussion about this in terms of what is the bar that they need to clear here in terms of the actual public benefits. I mean, I agree with the staff's report on it, but it seems like it's hard to know what's the exchange rate here on how many pickleball courts equals the offset of this development. And I would say that, to be fair to them, I think there's been progress on this version of the design. We did have a little bit of discussion about, we removed the Riverside Road driveway access, which I think was kind of one of the more disruptive aspects for the people on our street. So I don't know if there's room to postpone it. I know everybody's tired of looking at this. Certainly we are. But we're going to have to live next to it forever. So, there's a few things too that I think that, like, if we were to try to look at how to evaluate these benefits, because of the really limited sidewalks around there, I think you'd have to ask yourself, like, could the immediate neighbors walk to this? And would this facility be of use to them? And if the answer is no, it's like, well, would anybody drive here to use this? And if the answer is no to both of those questions, then I think it's just an apartment complex amenity. A perfect example is the community gardens, which is, it's a cool idea, but if you look at all the parcels around there, the smallest parcel on our street right next door to us has a cornfield in their backyard, so it's hard to imagine anybody like walking over here to use this garden. it's probably just going to be tenants of the building to do it. And that's cool. But I don't know that we should trade something for that, you know, if the idea is for the community benefits at large. So I would hope that we could postpone this and continue to work on it and refine that. But like I said, I do feel like there's progress that's been made, and I hope we can work together on some of these things and maybe finding something that the community could actually be interested in. One final question is whether or not one of the things that came up in a lot of the neighborhood meetings that could be of use possibly is gathering spaces. So like if you, in the natural park areas, let's say that some of the young families in the area want to have a birthday party for one of their kids, something like that. Or people that are concerned about the traffic have suggested, would it be possible to put aside a couple ground floor units in these buildings to be like a small grocery store, bodega, something like that could cut down on trips, but also be a convenience for the people that live in the area around there, just in the interest of trying to be constructive. So that's all I got.
Very good, Mr. Schaefer. And I think, yeah, a lot of your questions it's the $1 million question. What is the trigger? How much is enough?
Right.
Yeah. And I think you'll see some good dialogue on that. Don't know where it'll land, but I think you'll see dialogue on that.
Yep.
So Mr. Honeycutt is next. And we've only got 5 seconds, so if we could add maybe 2 minutes for Mr. Honeycutt. 5 seconds? You'll have 2 minutes and 5 seconds. How's that?
My name is Mark Honeycutt. My wife and I live at 4829 Rivers Place Drive.
Thank you, sir.
I'm too old for this. I practiced architecture for 50 years and never thought I'd be back in this kind of situation. Hoped I would never be, but here I am. My concern is not the architecture. I mean, it is, I've looked at it, it is, but your professional staff, which you have an outstanding staff, has pretty much addressed and been on top of most of the architectural issues, and I appreciate that. Ours is safety. We live in Holston Hills. We use Delrose Drive constantly every day. It's already a dangerous road. Now, 650 units are going to drive into 650 automobile-dependent units because this is an isolated project. It's large in scale. It's isolated. People can only use their cars to go wherever they want to go. They're not like First Creek that has the luxury of sidewalks and can get to many, many places. This development doesn't have that luxury. So they're going to be driving Delrose to get anywhere. And it's difficult in that neighborhood. If you want food or banking or go to the library, you have to filter through R1 neighborhoods. So all the automobiles, if you take your kids anywhere, if they have to go anywhere, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. So the automobile is really important, and the automobile is a threat to my family because we use that road so much. My wife and I spent time circulating a petition, and over 200 people in the neighborhood we met and talked with. So we know what the opposition from there is, and it's a lot. They feel very put upon, if you will, and it has a decent presence to it, and if it had a flat site in an open area, it would be ideal. And as I understand it, it's probably the biggest, if not the largest
Mr. Honeycutt, if you could,
pardon?
If you wouldn't mind wrapping it up, we're running out of time.
Oh, okay. Let me just say in closing that, excuse my Biden moment here, but I appreciate everything that the planning staff has done. We've talked with them quite a bit, and they're very professional, and we thank all of you.
Thank you for your comments. The applicant, and we'll give the applicant 3 more minutes if he needs them for a total of 8.
Thank you. Logan Higgins, 133 South Gay Street. I'm probably going to miss, or I'm going to skip a few things about this project, and so I'm going to sit right there and encourage you all to ask any questions about anything that may be unclear from the packet so far and from the process. And but I'm going to jump right into it. So, real quick, I want to address a few things that I think are confused, or have been misconstrued, have been confused. I want to discuss plan development in general, and I want to discuss how this project has satisfied those requirements. And finally, I want to discuss what we're requesting for our next steps. So, rapid fire on these things: maintenance and preservation plans. The report critiques the lack of those. We have stated in the packet that, made it very clear that neither of those can be fully written until there is preliminary approval. And there's been detailed surveys and civil plans. But by putting it in the packet, we have said and committed to that it would be, those would be finalized and come with the final plan. And we ran those by staff, and we're under the impression that that was sufficient for this stage, but there's just no way to do those, fully write those documents out when there's so many things that will need to be figured out before the final plan. The membership, there's been mention of potentially charging fees or membership on the public amenities. That has been made abundantly clear that there's no intention of that. There's no thought at all of doing that. And this packet, again, would codify that. Parking counts, we are well below the minimum parking counts. We are using part of the optional bus route reduction, but we're not using the full reduction. That said, we are still, again, very far below the minimum parking. Building height exception, I wanted to clarify, there is a page in the packet that explains we're not asking to do taller buildings. We're trying to avoid disruptive grading, and by doing that, step down the buildings. This request is based on how the city measures building heights. And, from low point to high point, when you step down the building, you now, from low point to high point, have a taller building. But we're still doing 4-story, only proposing and limiting to 4 stories. Density, we're not proposing any more density than what would be allowed under RN4. The density request changes are because if the whole site were RN4, that is. The density requests are related to a small RN1 section, and this is nowhere close to the density that would be allowed under RN5 or RN6. And this is for sure not an RN6 development. All right, so let's talk about plan development real quick. What is the purpose of plan development? I'm going to quote the 2019 annual staff report, 2019 being the year that thereafter that PD was created with the new code. Quote, this new tool allows us to waive the underlying zoning of a property while prioritizing community need and superior design. This innovative approach is a great example of how we can find ways to benefit both developers and communities outside the bounds of standard zoning. PD is meant to be a give something, get something with the city and a developer. The get something is somewhat defined in the code. The code lists out examples of benefits. I'll quickly go through those. Community gathering places and pedestrian infrastructure, improvements to infrastructure, use of sustainable practices, preservation of historic features, preservation of environmental features, new open space, including playground, parks, conservation areas, jogging trails, bike and car share facilities, affordable housing, and senior housing set-asides are what are listed as the examples. The code is written in a way that really any one of those could be used to justify the request. it doesn't lay out exactly how that gets, restrict how that is used. In fact, leaves it up to this body. It says the applicant proposes the amenities with their request, and Knox County Planning Commission determines whether those amenities and benefits are sufficient or not. Just to name a few of the benefits that this project is proposing, this package is proposing: 6 miles of public walking paths that connect an existing sidewalk to 2 other streets that don't yet have sidewalks. Is that a multimodal transportation? Is that a benefit? Sufficient enough? Commits to preserving 3.5 acres of land by non-disturbance and even more through reforestation. Commits to 11.5 acres, more than 1/3 of the site being committed to public park and amenities at no cost to the city now or in the future. Commits to building 5 times the required number of accessible dwelling units. And this project, if built, would satisfy 10% of the city's housing goal, the city's number of housing unit goal by 2029. This would cover 10% of that goal. Are these public benefits? They certainly seem to align with the benefits of the city's key development goals. The city has 4 key development goals. I'll run through those real quick. Number 1 is about additional housing and forms of housing. This project offers a mix of housing, offers a mix of housing ownership types, and again, the 5 times the accessible, required accessible parking, or units. Number 2 is about development in blighted areas and near transit corridors. This area has lots of blight, and the site is bordered by major roadways and a block away from transit route. Number 3 is preservation development. The driving idea behind this request was to be able to preserve more space and build a consolidated housing method that avoids chopping up the site. Number 4 is about project integration and amenities, connecting to and creating public spaces as well as multimodal means of transportation. I think it's pretty self-explanatory how the proposal meets that. The feedback that we received our team received last time we were here 2 months ago has been fully incorporated. Changes were made. We added clarification and restrictions to the height request, just to further show that the point of that request is preservation. And our team met with multiple department heads and nonprofit organizations to discuss how this aligns with their goals and how we can, further implement their goals with this. I'll wrap up real quick with our request, and if that's all right, you can also give the opposition another minute to speak. Again, I'll be very quick. The question was asked on Tuesday, if this is not, what is enough? And that's the question that we've been asking, and so far don't have a very clear answer. We don't know. We would like to have a case or a project proposed that has full support, and this opportunity is appropriately used and moving forward. So today we're not requesting to move forward with this. We're requesting that you table this. We've spent hundreds of hours talking to community members, consultants, representatives, and staff to go above and beyond. But seems to be a disconnect between what the code says and how that's being implemented. We don't want to proceed with the conflicting recommendation or with any conflicting recommendation. But before we table it, we want feedback of how on earth we can improve it in a way that will get support. And whether that is a rewriting or adjustment of what PD is and how we use it, maybe that's the answer. But I'm certainly want to hear your all's feedback for when we're hopefully come back with this, and then discussion of, if possible, plan development in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. Yes, we've got several commissioners that want to speak, and then we can ask the opposition a question there too. So I believe Commissioner Adams was first.
Yeah, I think the applicant buried the lead by saying that the request is to table. Not complaining really, but it's interesting. I will support that, and we'll make a motion to accept that tabling, but definitely want to have more conversation here in this body. Because what I think the applicant highlighted is what I've been struggling with, is that there's a huge disconnect. The applicant saying that they've met all of the requests, yet I'm sitting here looking at planning staff's detailed notes of the ways that it has not been met. So we're not there yet. And the thing that I have always loved about plan development, and I wish we saw more of these, was this call and response to get to that place where the community is really benefiting, where the applicant is feeling awesome about what they are providing to the community, and everyone wins. And I agree. I don't think we're there yet. There are specific questions that I have about the height. RN4 is a 35-45 height. This is height that is really RN6. The benefits that have been articulated thus far via the drawings appear to be of scale for a private development, not a community benefit scale that someone who lives in a neighborhood down the way is going to feel comfortable saying, let's go over there and take part in that. It doesn't fit right now. But those are just two of the things that to me stand out as those conflict points where we're just not there yet. The maintenance plan, the applicant noted that the city would never have to be on the hook for supporting the parks now or ever. But if there's not a maintenance plan for these, how's that going to happen? So again, I will make a motion to table this. Hope that there is a second for that, because I do see this as an opportunity to make this project and other PD better.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I wanted to zero in on one thing and ask city codes if they could opine on it if they're here. Brian, I believe somebody, yeah, one of those. Oh, here's Peter. Thank you. The question that Commissioner Adams brought up in the applicant was talking about how the city measures the height of the buildings, right? I think it's been a point of contention, so I think it'd be great if we get a little bit of clarification on that.
There's a drawing, page 34, I think, that shows that.
Page 23 of the packet.
Yes, sir.
Peter Ahrens, Director of Plans Review and Building Inspections. So the code is clear on how to measure. We do look at them case specific, and I went over and confirmed that we did find, recently, within the past month or so, we saw another project come in where it was stepped up the hill, and instead of measuring from the very bottom to the very top, we said, no, it's a 3-story building that's just going up the hill. So we recognized that they weren't intending to build essentially a 9-story building. It was just a 3-story building that followed the grade. And so we recognized that and we accepted that. And I haven't looked at this in detail from a zoning perspective, but if that's what is being proposed, we would recognize that as well.
Okay, yeah, so it wouldn't be considered RN 5, 6 heights when you're stepping them up the hill like that?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. So this one has haunted me since we started talking about it in December, and in those moments at 3 a.m. that maybe only I have, but I suspect others have when I'm racking my brain for things to think about other than it's helped me kind of clarify, and this has come up multiple times from all of us, which is the $1 million question, as you said, Commissioner Huber, is what is the exchange rate between pickleball courts and variances? And I think that in this sort of situation, what defines a public benefit, it's important to kind of examine, I think there are axioms that we're kind of basing our decisions on from the very beginning. And so I think the code is pretty clear, is that commission knows it when it sees it, which is not a satisfying answer, but I think that it comes down to the idea of how are we looking at that. And so I just wanted to share a little bit about how I see a public benefit and then kind of apply that sort of value to what we're looking at on this project. And I think for me, as Mr. Higgins pointed out, the plan development process is about providing a community benefit, but I think more importantly that it's a way to think outside of the box of our zoning code. To me, a plan development is something that is trying to achieve a development that wouldn't otherwise be possible within the confines of our zoning code. So these are projects that are supposed to be necessarily big thinking, something that's off the charts cool, that, you know, hey, if we just read the letter of our code, it would be impossible. We just couldn't do it. Or it wouldn't necessarily be impossible. The lift to get to that project would be so high that it would be very difficult within any sort of reasonable time frame to get that project. And the reason why things are vague is that we can't imagine things we haven't imagined. So the code does not have a list of what qualifies as a public benefit, because to do so would be thinking inside the box. The point of a plan development is to not constrain it. It is about breaking the constraints. And so when I approach this project with that in mind, I see a couple of things that kind of give me pause. I'm not necessarily against this project. I think housing is desperately needed, and I really want to love this, and which is why it haunts me so much. But I think one of the things that kind of solidified it for me when we were talking about an agenda review and we were listening to comments from staff, and it got repeated multiple times, and it's really struck with me, is all of this would be available to the applicant under RN6. And so to me, if you can build your entire project within the confines of a zone, then there's nothing that is necessary from a plan development perspective to break the rules in order to get there. This is not an out-of-box thinking. This is an RN6 development. It has cool amenities. It has EV chargers. It has pickleball courts. It has walking trails. But all of those would be necessary in order to have a development of this scale attract residents. These are things and amenities that people who want to have to pay market rate housing are going to want. They're not going to want to move into a blank white box in the middle of nowhere with nothing and call it a day. In order to get the rents that the developer needs in order to justify the initial upfront cost that we're putting into this, they have to have some sort of product that people want to buy, and all of these things satisfy that. All of this can be built under RN6. So to me, a plan development is thinking outside of what we could already do in RN6, not something that could be done within RN6. And had this been a project that was granted RN6, it wouldn't have even been in front of us, right? So it would have been allowed to be done by right. But it just so happens that, and I wasn't on this body at this time, but it happens that this did come to commission, and it was not found to be appropriate to do an RN6 development in this particular location. And that furthermore was then sort of supported by our elected officials at City Council that mirrored that. So to me, it's not that I don't like this project and want to see it be successful. I absolutely do. I want to see from the applicant something that is outside of just what you would already put into a normal development. This to me just seems like a normal apartment building with the normal amenities that go along with it. Very cool, don't disagree with that. Really needed, don't disagree with that. However, it doesn't seem to me to be a candidate for a real plan development in the form that it is sitting now. And so to me, the exchange rate between pickleball courts and number of housing units is the wrong way of looking at it. It's what are we doing that we otherwise couldn't be doing, and do these public benefits bring forth something that within the zoning code would never have been allowed to begin with, and now we're allowing it to happen because it's such a good benefit to the community.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, so I think it's interesting to listen to everyone because it highlights really what the struggle is with what we're trying to approve or talk about, in that everybody has a different opinion on what's good enough, and we have a code that more or less puts that decision on this body to decide what's good enough. And so it's so easy to fall into kind of this trap where we talk about, oh, it should be this cool pool here and this, that, but there's a cost to everything. Like, there has to be a developer that wants to build this to make money, and they have to be able to make money to build it. And we need housing, but we're going to potentially prohibit somebody from building housing because we think that it has to meet some sort of coolness objective. I feel like when I read the code that everything that has been presented to us is in compliance with the code. And I feel like we got to see an optional concept plan in December that we all looked at and thought was okay. The developer proceeded to come up with a final plan, or I guess not a final plan, but a preliminary plan to present to us. And we said, no, you have to do these 7 things that we think are important to add for us to approve it. And essentially all of those were added, and now we're back saying, no, I still don't think this is gonna work. And not only we're saying it's not gonna work, but we're saying we don't even like the project in general. We don't think that this meets any criteria. And I don't think that's the way that this should go. And I'm sorry to hear that this is being tabled, because I think that it should be something that comes to a vote today based upon what we've put forward. And just my 2 cents.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Mr. Biggs, Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I share some sentiments with, I think, Commissioner Anderson. I think definitely this has been a useful discussion, I think, as a body here. I guess to just comment on a few things that have been brought up, like, I think, was it 10, 11 acres that are being dedicated to public space out of like the 30 something? Like, that's a big chunk. There's not, 10-acre parks around every corner in the city. So, to say that a third of space being dedicated to the public isn't sufficient, I know this is all kind of subjective because we don't have clear definitions, but like, I just think that's a really high bar, and we're gonna disincentivize people pursuing this if we kind of say that that's, not sufficient. And then, something I've struggled with too is the reference of this plan as being akin to R6. I definitely understand that there are proposed variances that are more akin to R6 development, but when I think about R4 versus R6, the primary difference to me is the density allowed. And I think the main reason that we supported R4 and not or RN4 and not RN6 is the density issue. So, they are complying with density that's allowed under RN4. And to me, that's the main thing. Yes, maybe there's some height issues, maybe some setbacks. I forget all the different variances, but in my mind, this is much closer to RN4 than to RN6. And so that to me feels misconstrued there. And then I guess to the comment that, these are standard amenities that you'd expect at any apartment development. Like, I get that definitely apartments are being more highly amenitized today, but 6 pickleball courts, a dog park, gardens, a playground, like 6 miles of trails, like that feels like a lot of amenities to me. And I think would be to me, if I lived in this immediate surroundings, that would be a big draw, especially if I didn't have access to good sidewalks. I would go park there, I'd go walk my dog, I'd go play around. And so I struggle with the notion that this isn't a community benefit, particularly given the lack of accessible walkways and things in the immediate surrounding area. So to me, it's pretty clearly checks the box. I was going to propose, until we heard the requested tabling, an approval of this project with the condition that a mutually agreed upon kind of maintenance plan be agreed upon with the City Parks and Recreation. To me, that would kind of check that box for conditional approval. But if tabling is the way we want to go, I support that too. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Biggs. Commissioner Barker.
I'm rowing the same boat that you're rowing and that you're piloting over there. And
Mr. Higgins, you asked for feedback. I lived in a planned development when I lived in Atlanta, and I loved it. We had, like one of the opposition said, a little grocery store and I think there was a little pizza restaurant, but we could walk to it. I'm very familiar with this neighborhood. My son has played a lot of basketball games at Sarah Moore Green, and I love the fact that these kids are going to be able to come out and walk these 6 miles in this neighborhood that they would not be able to do before. And I know that, this commission is not tasked with, obese children and things like that, but it's going to give them the opportunity to get out of their house in a safe space. And I get the pickleball courts, but let's not forget there's a huge playground on this, and there is a huge dog park, which is a big draw for this community in particular. So I would just say, if we do table it, maybe think about adding in a little bodega, like was said earlier, and maybe a little pop-in restaurant or two.
Thank you, Commissioner Berger. Commissioner Adams is next.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to Commissioner Anderson because I want to be very clear. I'm not against this development. From the moment it came to us as that first stage of planned development, I think all of us were like, this looks pretty cool. Yeah, and here are the specific things that we want to have addressed to clarify. And that call and response that I've talked about, I don't feel like those have been answered because the scale of the amenities that are being discussed as places that kids can play, or you can play pickleball or plug your car in, they're of the scale for the people who will live in this specific development, not for people who live in other communities to come over and benefit from. It's not public in that way. And what I'm concerned about is that a year in with this, we end up with a community that's kind of like, this is ours. Why are you here? And with no maintenance agreement to look at right now, I don't see a way for that to necessarily be overcome. That's why I think tabling is the right solution, because we can work out some of these sort of friction points that persist. The goal isn't to move forward here with us all in head-scratching mode, but to move forward feeling really excited about what could be done. So I just want to clarify that, because I think my comments may have been either misunderstood or potentially misconstrued.
Well, I think, I do want to say, I think that, and Logan brought this up, I mean, there's a reason why I wouldn't want to spend a bunch of legal dollars drafting a maintenance agreement if we're up here just saying, do this, do that, do this, and then do something completely different. So, I mean, I think that we can say there's going to be a maintenance agreement in place that is, satisfactory to the city, and that's enough. I mean, are you going to pour over a 35-page document and highlight the sections you think? I mean, that's just not realistic.
What I also think is not realistic is to be told, the city's never going to have to do anything with this, don't worry. And that's what the applicant has said, is that none of these amenities are going to be things that the city will ever have to pay for at all, which starts to make me question, well, where is the community benefit there if there's no kind of interconnectivity? I'm not asking for a 35-page maintenance agreement, but I'm asking for some kind of clarity there, and we're not there yet. So I think tabling is the solution.
But there's a means to enforce, that the city would be able to enforce an agreement. That, I mean, they can do it by leaning the property if the maintenance isn't done. But that doesn't have to be spelled out in great detail to move this process forward.
If it was one thing, okay, but there are multiple things. And even having the applicant recognize, like, okay, we're still not there yet, but we'd like some clarity on that. I think that is a cue to all of us, and Commissioner Gill also recognizing, like, we're going to know it when it's there, and it's not there yet, and if there's frustration, which there obviously is, like, let's get it back into the hands to iron it out. I'm saying that if there's more time for the staff to dialogue with
But some of us might think it is there. We might see it.
Well, okay, we'll vote.
All right, now we've got some great and passionate deliberation going on here. So, Commissioner Overton.
I think I'm the best person to jump into that one. I'm kidding. I would just agree with what Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Biggs have said. I wanted just to add that, to me, you know, if you have a developer saying, hey, the city's not going to have to pay for that, like, to me, and I promise I'm not going to get into it, but like, just with the limited resources that the city has, like, if, you know, we can make an enforceable agreement where the city doesn't have to pay for another thing, then that would be a benefit in my view. And, you know, kind of adding on to that, I think, you know, in prior meetings, we've had discussion about, you know, public-private maintenance agreements, who's gonna pay for what, is the developer really doing, you know, like, is this like a business venture versus a community benefit? And then, you know, on Tuesday, I noticed that that the stadium was brought up, and these are obviously like apples and oranges when you get into the weeds, but just in general, I think that it's just a total fallacy to say that Randy Boyd's not making money on that stadium right now. And we said that was a public benefit. And so I think, like, going forward as a body, I would like to see us either clarify what we mean by, you know, that term, or just say, you know, hey, you know, people can make money and we can find other ways, or not, you know, in our opinion, where this, you know, creates a benefit. But I think that when you look at the code as we have it, and that's all we have to go on right now, you know, 16.7D3A through I, we're meeting, I mean, I'm not good at math, but like 90% of the requirements, in my view, that are listed there. And so I would have approved it today, but I'll support the tabling, obviously.
Commissioner Boyer. Are you ready?
Boyer?
Boyer, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Boyer. Yes.
Sorry, I thought you said Boyd. I'm like,
Sorry, Boyer.
so I've scribbled all over my paper now because I've got different things I want to say, and it's not necessarily in a pretty coherent package, but I do concur with Commissioner Anderson and various others around, and so I'm going to try not to repeat myself, but maybe it's the lawyer in me that says that it's the code. I have to wear the hat of the code, right? That's my scope. And I believe that I'm not mathematically inclined, so that's why I went to law school, but I believe the majority is met. I believe that even down to simple basics of negotiation, you try to come to a middle. And I feel like we have gone in an opposite direction. And that is very hard and very expensive. That's not a structure around with the public can contemplate future economic development and growth. We've gone a little wonky is what I think. Additionally, I've read enough judicial opinions in my life, the dissents that we were required to understand fully and why, and the nuance. I feel like that's kind of what we're supposed to do. But I think the staff opinion was the most detailed staff opinion I have read and heard and listened to. So, but I feel like the goal is for us to work with each other to come closer together. And I do feel that every stance, it was very much like, no, 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 even though there were yeses. And the one example I would give to that is the height requirement. We keep talking about the height requirement, but there was already an answer out there, right? The answer is, if we apply it consistently, it's not from the bottom down here to the top of the staged, right? And so, but that answer could have been found out before today. Like I'm an in-house counsel, right? So my job isn't just to say, point out the stuff that won't work. My job is to have a bigger, broader picture of the company because I'm on the inside. And I'm supposed to be able to be knowledgeable enough of that company to say, just like planning staff and just like commission, to say, no, it doesn't work the way you're asking for it, but let me go. First of all, it would work this way. Here's alternatives, one. And then two, it doesn't follow, it doesn't go, I don't know the answer to that, but let me go out and ask the folks in the city how that's measured. So so I guess the thing of it is, it now comes down to us. There is no more staff we are supposed to guide the staff now. You give it 30 more days, they need more from us. They're doing their job. They're wearing the hat they're supposed to wear, right? And because
to everything you said very eloquently, and I circled. I don't know if y'all can see it, all the scribble, and then the circle, the creativity of the developer and the commission together. That's where we are. That's what planned development is. So we gave them that set of 7 extra criteria. They went out and did it. One of them we answered on height. That was the 3 that you brought up. One was on height. We've checked that one off already just in our very long conversation. But this is worthwhile, and the reason why we have this long conversation is because it's not in a set box. This is what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to hear from the community on this, but we're also supposed to be able to push back and say, wait, there is walkability. And someone came up and said, I'm not gonna drive over there to do whatever I need to do. And I'm like, I would drive over there. I like pickleball. I like my dog going to some neat areas. And there was something else Commissioner Karen Adams said. I'm sorry, there was something really good, and I had to come back for it too. Anyway, I must be hungry, but the point I'm telling you guys all this is, I know what it was. I know what you said. You said scale. It's not to scale, right? Well, it really is. Lakeshore Park is tremendous. It has 6 pickleball courts, people. What size community does Lakeshore Park serve Knoxville with 6 pickleball courts? How many pickleball courts are in this one? 6 pickleball courts for this little development. Not little, but you get what I'm trying to say. The whole idea of Lakeshore Park, and it has 6 pickleball courts. First thing my daughter said, ooh, but we could use more. They're always full. But that's serving a much broader area. So I guess I would be ready. I'm ready to vote on this today and not table it. I don't know what more else we can do. And so that's where I am. I feel like, I think I've addressed everybody. I feel like I have.
I'll come back to you, Commissioner Adams.
Okay, if I think of anything though, I'll let you know.
Commissioner Biggs.
I actually had, my question was for Commissioner Adams regarding the scale comment, because I think there's, I'm struggling with that. Like, how
many people live at Lakeshore Park?
How many people live in like the 37919 area code that it serves?
No. How many people live at Lakeshore Park?
Well, nobody's going to live in this park either. They're going to live in the apartments around the park, right?
They're going to live in that particular development. You still haven't answered my question. How many people live at Lakeshore Park?
I'm going to guess 0.
No, there's a few.
Okay.
In spirit, there's a lot of people.
In spirit, yeah. But that's my point. When I'm talking about somebody's thing is on, it's getting feedback. That's my point in scale. Like, the scale of this is composed for the people that live there, not for the community to come on in. And when Commissioner Overton was talking about the maintenance agreement, and my concern, and this is the exact same concern that I articulated on the first day.
I got something else.
Well, hold on. And I'm feeling threatened here between 2 lawyers. I'm just going to say that. But on the first look at this development or plan development was, how do we make sure that the amenities that they are suggesting are clearly articulated for the community to use them, and for the people that live there to understand these aren't just their private pickleball courts or their private EV chargers or their private walking trails. And there was a pool at that point. That is where my concern really sits, is that we're developing something, or it's being proposed that something be developed to get additional leeway. And it's really developed for the folks who will live there, not for the community writ large. That's my scale comment.
And we might have to agree to disagree on this, because I think if you look at where they've moved all the park to the road frontage, I think if you look at the renderings where they have a Cardinal Place Park out front, like, to me it does feel very community facing, and it's very clear that it's not just for the park. I mean, you could bifurcate that corner on the southeast side, and you could make it a separate park legally if you needed to. Like, I guess I just disagree with you that it feels secluded, that it feels like it's just for the park members. I think they've done a great job of making it intentionally carved out and accessible to the public and visible.
If it was connected to other connected to other arteries in a way other than an automobile having to get there, having to drive there. I think that would make it feel a little bit different as well, but it's not. We can
Yeah,
disagree.
I think it's just punitive for where it's located. There's not other arteries adjacent to it, so they're doing the best they can, in my opinion.
Can I ask a quick question by staff on that one thing? Did the city not say they do not intend to assist with this and they have no intention to do so in the future? Was that not in the written report? Because I believe the developer tried. Is that right? But is that what I may be remembering that wrong. I think that was the opinion before last, or the statement before last.
The city has made clear that they would not be maintaining these for the developer.
Right. So the whole argument about the city then becomes moot, right? You can't keep bringing it up when the city has already said no.
I'm saying who then.
They
Again,
do.
My scenario, my concern is rooted in, okay, so that gets passed on to the folks who are living there. They're
Yes.
paying higher fees to support this, and then that becomes a sentiment of like, why are we paying for this? Like, these are ours. These are our private amenities. That's my concern.
I can't control people's opinions, or we can't really control, but that's an expectation up front, and, signage, but not in the weeds I believe, for us.
Very good. Still great discussion, and Commissioner Midas has been very patient down there. So I'm going to call on Commissioner Midas.
Thank you. Okay, so first question for staff. This, on page 3 of the packet, it talks about the exemptions that are requested. Those are from the developer, is that right?
Page 3 of the report, sorry.
Yes, of the report, yes. So I know we're talking a lot about RN4 and it being compatible or not compatible. It obviously is not compatible both RN4 if they need 5 exemptions.
Well, to clarify, part of this parcel is zoned RN1, the portion that's to the east facing Riverside. So that is a reason for some of these exceptions as well. On that point, I just wanted to make one technical clarification on height. The applicant specifies that the max height would be 55 feet from like grade to the top of the building. And they requested 65 because of, what seems to be a changing interpretation in terms of grade, but that would still be an RN6 style height.
The 65 feet.
35 feet is the max height in RN5, and then it jumps to 65 in RN6.
Yeah, because it looks like right here that, there's 5, just for the RN4, there's 5 exemptions that they need in order for it to be approved under the RN4. Is that correct? And as far as like ideas for things I would do, because I'm not there, and I appreciate everyone's comments, but I'm not there in approving this, is that, you have, I think it's 143 additional parking spaces that are needed.
No, we're over 100 below the minimum required parking.
Why did I say there was 143?
The report uses the optional bus route reduction, which is, I don't know if the zoning would or engineering would want to comment on how often that's used, but there's a minimum number of parking spaces, and then the city does have an optional reduction of parking with bus routes, and we've used part of that. We didn't use the full thing of that just because at this stage, we don't know the exact like bedroom mix and everything. So we've had to leave a little bit of flexibility for as that kind of stuff gets finalized. So.
Okay. The development also proposes 143 more parking spaces than is required with the property's close proximity to the transit route? So you still have 143 more parking spaces? Why does it?
Well, they don't have to take that. That's an option in the city. You can reduce your required amount of parking if you are within 1/4 mile of public transit.
So you can reduce it more, is that right?
We could, but again, we're below the minimum required, and the reason we didn't reduce it more, although we told staff that, we could if they felt like that we needed to. After last month's meeting, we did reduce it some, and then also mentioned that if we needed to reduce it more, we certainly would, but we left it at that number to leave flexibility, because let's say that right now we're assuming an average of 2-bedroom units, so equal number of 1-bedroom units, equal number of 3-bedroom units, and then, you know, more 2-bedroom, kind of averages out at 2-bedroom. If it were all, or if it if it leaned more towards 3 and 4-bedroom units, that parking count requirement would be much higher. So to go based off of our kind of midway assumption doesn't really give the flexibility as to respond once we get into the final plan to that kind of thing. But the code for PD changes that can happen before the final plan only allows a 10% change in the parking. So if we were to need to add 10% of parking, you know, to account for different bedroom counts for the final plan, we would actually have to start over with the preliminary plan just to get that additional parking. So that's why we're not using the full optional reduction, but we are still well below the minimum.
Well, that's good to hear. I guess I would still like to see this as a much smaller scale, less parking. And it sounds like a community, and I know that street, it's narrow. I know this community is looking for a less traffic, less volume.
That's actually part of the reason we didn't use the full reduction is because a lot of the concerns from the neighborhood meetings was to ensure that we provided, they wanted more than the required number, just to ensure that there was sufficient parking. So we felt that if we used that full reduction, it would also kind of go against the wishes of some of the neighbors that wanted us to have as much parking as possible.
Is there off-site parking?
On-site park.
There's no place to park off-site.
I know, but
Okay.
that was the concern. That was a concern.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go to Commissioner Butler.
I have a question for the architect. For the miles of walking trail that you're suggesting and park that you're suggesting is available to the public, is that, where is that? Are you counting all the little areas inside the building profiles and the sidewalks along the parking lot? Is that what's considered the miles?
I didn't personally do the measurements, but I
Okay.
will say that we discussed the parameters for that, and we did exclude the spaces that are within the building, like courtyards. But we are including not just the perimeter route, the public park areas that on the north side, east side, and of course, south side. And then also some of the sidewalks that allow for that connection across, because the way we went about calculating that, our thought was, okay, if you're a visitor to this site, how do we what's private versus public feeling? Sidewalk feels public. So if you're walking from Brooks to Delrose, those sidewalks feel very public. Going in between those buildings feels very private. So we excluded those and focused on the areas that people would be comfortable walking as visitors to the site.
Yeah, my question really gets at, in some other projects that I've seen, a walking trail is, within a natural area typically, and you wouldn't count the sidewalks that run along parking lots that people use just to carry their groceries and get to and from their unit from their car. And so I guess, and there's been a lot of discussion about sense of scale and what feels public. And to me, yes, you pull the park down to the Delrose area, so you can see it as you drive by. It does feel that. But beyond that, there is not a sense of scale of a public park. Just from the design, it feels like you might be able to get to a public park if you turn this corner and go around here and get back in here in these buildings. That might feel more public. Oh, so there's your public walking trail. So I guess I would question whether or not it feels public. It almost feels like the park is in a little bit of a leftover area rather than a gesture that encourages the public to come in. And, you know, lines the street with buildings in nice urban areas where you have more of a public park that, you know, encourages people. It feels a little bit to the side and to the leftover area to me to be considered that, so.
And to add to that, I definitely think at the final plan, we would need to have the signage and everything and maps that would be posted at these corners and access points that show that and make sure that that is sufficient to communicate, hey, you can walk this way and get around the whole thing. So certainly understand that critique and think that we would certainly do our best to make sure that it feels as open to everyone.
And so I do echo Commissioner Gill's concern about the scale of the public amenities, and also have concern about the scale of the buildings at that level, because, you know, looking at this with a little bit of idea of having attacked steep sites, there's a lot of grade differential in this site, and to be putting the big monolithic areas of building on there on such a steep side is going to really create some challenges, which leads to that extended height. So I'm concerned about that in that neighborhood. I drive by it coming and going to work twice a day, every day. So
To your point, you know, at the final plan stage, if we came back and, you know, once we have a very good survey and we've done the grading with civil engineering and everything, and it turns out that stepping the buildings doesn't work as much as we hoped they were, and we could actually remove the building height request aspect of that based on what was said earlier. But I think that we're tied to this, so if our predictions are incorrect and we can't, you know, work at that scale without a lot of grading, then we have to reassess and come back and request a change of some sort, and that may be starting over with the preliminary plan, or it may just be, hey, we can't do as many units or as big of buildings as we thought we could, but we're still doing everything else. So that's one of the difficulties of PD is there's a lot to figure out, and we've got to predict as much as we can at this point, but then we still have that final plan to make sure that all this stuff is getting implemented.
Very good. Commissioner Barger.
I personally have been in favor of this project since its inception. I love the idea of plan development. So with that in mind, I know Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Boyer were saying earlier that, you know, some of us are ready to vote on this. So are you requesting a tabling, or do you want us to consider a vote?
We are requesting the tabling. We really would like to know, we would like to be here with staff's recommendation, and you know, if there's a way to get more tangible instruction for what is needed for, you know, that support, you know, we don't want to push through, you know, this is something that I think should be a team effort across, you know, with us and with the staff and the commission. So tabling will hopefully give us a chance to reassess with them, and you know, heck, we may even decide to look at other question whether it's worth even continuing through this, and you know, how this will look at city council and everything. So I think tabling makes sense right now, but with that, if that could come with clear instructions and some path forward with staff, I think that would be ideal.
Mr. Higgins too, though, I guess the thought, I guess we were talking about, really ultimately the decision lies with this commission, not necessarily with staff. So, you know, that being said, I think staff has, for lack of a better term, flown their flag of what their position is. I don't know that it's going to change. You know, you've had an awful lot of dialogue between the two up to this stage. So, I mean, you can table it, and you're certainly welcome to do that. I just don't know how much more, you know, I think staff's where they're going to be. I don't know that it's going to change.
Yeah. That's a good point. Let's go ahead and table it. We may be back next month pulling it off the table. I don't know, but last discussion I had with the owner was to go ahead and table it. So that's what we'll do today, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. We still have a few lights on. I'm trying to keep in line here. There's an awful lot. Commissioner Overton was next.
Thank you. You know, the opposition pointed out the question from the beginning, which is what is a public benefit? And I think that's what we're struggling with is what's enough, what's a public benefit that, you know, doesn't need to be repeated, but just to kind of, you know, not that I have the authority to, but kind of bring us back home, in my opinion. The code speaks to that in a broad sense. There's obviously not set guidelines, but I think when you look at it, you know, it says there's characteristics and amenities to be considered that are including but not limited to, which, you know, is a favorite term. And I think we're kind of narrowing in on benefits that individual people in the city of Knoxville can go use at, you know, the property, which is completely valid, is a big consideration. I'm not disputing that. I think we've had a lot of good discussion. But in looking at A through I, the code contemplates kind of more of a 50, you know, my dad always says, Katie, don't look at it from 10,000 feet, look at it from 50,000 feet. And I think it would behoove us to do that here in some respects when we're defining what is a public benefit, because 6 out of 9 of the characteristics are more of a 50,000 foot view of what is a public benefit. It talks about sustainable design. It talks about affordable housing units, senior housing units, infrastructure improvements, preserving historic features and environmental features like forestation and things like that. And so I think, you know, to help us as a body move forward with what is going on here, how are we supposed to define a public benefit, I think it is incredibly important to have the discussion we're having about, okay, if they're saying our public benefits are pickleball courts, then are the pickleball courts accessible to the public? That's 100% a fair question, but I think we also need to, you know, use our guidance in the best way we can. And when 2/3 of the code is saying, look at this from a broader perspective, I think, you know, we can do that as well and say, well, yeah, but also they're talking about sustainability options. They're talking about, you know, environmental, I think it has white roofs on some of it, right? And things like that. And so, you know, the preservation of the cemetery, I mean, I know you can't dig up a cemetery, but like, you know, that's technically historical. And so, you know, so I guess I just think that like, as we go forward with what is a public benefit, I think, you know, it would really benefit us to not, to just consider the other factors that we're charged with looking at when those other factors, you know, comprise 2/3 of the considerations that we're supposed to, you know, be evaluating. And, you know, I understand too, like with the caveat that it's including but not limited to, so we're not defined by those 9 factors. But I think that, you know, we're struggling with what is a public benefit and how are we supposed to help, you know, this plan, because I don't know that we're supposed to always get so bogged down in the weeds on things when we're presented with, you know, 6 out of 10 or 6 out of 9 characteristics that meet the intent of the code as it's written. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Overton. Commissioner Gill.
All right, I'll round us out here. I appreciate Commissioner Overton bringing us back. When I first started speaking, we were still very early on in the conversation, and I didn't necessarily provide any comments beyond what I was kind of beginning to think. So I'll be brief. I think that I really like this project, and it's been really enlightening to hear everybody's. I'm not quite there yet, but one of the things that I thought of when Commissioner Anderson summed it up as the coolness factor, which I appreciate that. I didn't really define what the coolness was, right? So when I'm thinking about it is that Commissioner Barger really pointed out one that really struck my memory. She lived in a planned development in Atlanta. I lived next to the planned developments in Atlanta, so I was one of those people who would go to those planned developments. And what made those special wasn't walking trails and parks. There were lots of walking trails and parks in Atlanta. What made it special was that it was a public amenity that satisfied the needs of the community. And we've heard from the community what they lack. They lack some commercial things. They don't have grocery stores. They don't have places to go. So in my mind, a planned development would bring some sort of public square in there where there's limited retail available. There's a place to take your kids to come. You come to park not to just take a walking trail. You come to go get lunch and some ice cream with your kids, and then you go play in the park. Your EV chargers right now, and many of you don't drive an EV and don't realize this, they're all level 2 EV chargers. They take 6 to 8 hours to work. The only people that will be using those are going to be the residents that live there. Nobody's going to drive to go leave their car for 8 hours. They can't do that. They're going to need it to be able to charge much quicker. If they were fast chargers, that'd be a different story. So how do you get those EV chargers? How do those become a benefit? Well, if you're downtown, if you're down in this development and you're already there to go to one of these limited retail areas, you're already there to go get a coffee and meet somebody, and you're going to go play a round of pickleball later, you might be there for 3 hours. That's when one of those EV chargers becomes a public benefit. So it's not that these public parks are not public benefits in my mind. I totally see them as that. Just to me, they're not anchored yet as a community benefit where the whole of the community outside of your development can utilize that space just as much as the people who live there. And so for me, I would love to see you incorporate some sort of public square where people can come into and enjoy the area in a way that it is becoming a destination, not just something that people who live immediately adjacent can walk and go play pickleball. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. So just as a recap, and I'll get right to you here, Commissioner Biggs. We've heard from the applicant, and his direction from his owner has requested a table. We have a motion for a table on the floor. We do not have a second.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to table. Now, then I'll now go to Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah,
Bring us home.
Yeah, super fast. Commissioner Gill, appreciate the specificity of your recommendations, and that was just going to be my ask, is for those commissioners that still have concerns about scale or about other things to maybe provide or think about how we can specify what those concerns are so that the applicant and staff can have a more productive conversation. And just to Commissioner Butler, I know you weren't here the first time we kind of reviewed this. We kind of had proposed that they move the park to that corner, so I just want to make sure we're not whipsawing the applicant around and saying, hey, move it to the corner, hey, it's stuck in a corner, move it somewhere else. So I think to the point of just specificity, I'd love to see us have that discussion at a more detailed level with staff and the applicant.
I think, sorry. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate it being in a more public place. And I think it gets more to what Commissioner Gill was saying, you know, having a public square. And we're probably not, this is probably not our purview in terms of design of something like that, but to make it feel more public, to give it more prominence, not to feel in the corner. That might be where it starts. That's great. That invites the public. You go there. But then you have a more defined area of public amenity that a public square might front. And then that really, as I drive by, then I might see who's over there and really want to go there and stay. So I think it's really more of a design or formality of the way it's being handled that I was critiquing.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you all for great discussion today. So we have a motion and a second to table agenda item number 27, Cardinal Place. And all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. And I know this will be a big shock, but we need to take a break. 10 minutes. We'll be back.
And they can't get all the way up on top. That's not going to be allowed by the Terry, you? Oh, yeah. We're not a big, it's a big ride, Terry. Terry, look up at knoxcounty.org and look at the commissioners and talk to her and get her your concerns. This is only a recommendation today. The county commission will take full legislative action next month, or whenever they put it on the county commission agenda. She can put on zoning conditions such as stay off of all that stuff. Trying to get it rezoned. That's one of these things. Stay off that stuff. Develop the flat areas and start building that just in that area. Yeah. I would reach out to Terry. She's really good about understanding and helping the neighbors when it comes to facilities. Yeah, sure.
We'd like to reconvene the July 2025 Planning Commission meeting. So we will now move on to agenda item number 34. It is the final plat of Duncan Farms subdivision. The applicant is the Henry B. Duncan Estate, care of Billy Ray. Location is south side of Duncan Road, east of Badgett Road. Approximate acreage is 31.24 acres. The number of lots is 4. Zoning is agricultural, and it will require one variance. So we will have 2 motions on this, one on the variance and one on the final plat. Staff recommendation is to approve the variance for plat approval to reduce the required broken back tangent length from 150 feet to 0 feet at station 17 plus 27, based on the 3 noted evidences of hardship listed in the staff report. Motion number 2 will be to approve the final plat for 4 lots in the Ag Zone and the F Flood Zone. Is the applicant present? Yes. Okay, is there any opposition? Are there any recusals? Okay. Chair will entertain a motion on the number 1 variance. Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Browning. So we have a motion and a second on the approval of the variance. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the final plat. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Quickest one all day. We are now on to agenda number 38. That is, this applicant is Thomas Brandon. Location is south side of Asheville Highway at its intersection with Andrew Johnson Highway. Approximate size of tract, 3.07 acres. Present zoning is agricultural and CA general business. The zoning requested is planned commercial. The existing use is commercial. Is the applicant, pardon me for just a second, the staff recommendation is to approve the planned commercial zone because it is a minor extension that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And we do have a few people to speak. The applicant is present.
Yeah, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street here for the applicant.
Would you like to defer or speak?
I'll defer, please.
Very good. So we have 3, Mr. Anders, Ballard, and McMillan to speak in opposition. So if we need to try to keep all the comments to 5 minutes total. Mr. Anders, do you want to start? I can. If you could read your name and address for the record.
My name is Herb Anders. I live at 8501 North Rose Ferry Pike in the Carter community. And I'm here today to oppose this recommendation by staff for various reasons. The property in question is become very unsightly from what the property owner has brought in to the site. And it did not meet what was approved for that property and didn't meet zoning requirements. And notices of violations have been issued, and nothing has been done to clean it up. The county's been unsuccessful to getting this property cleaned up. And it, besides the condition of the property, what the owner plans to do there in this zoning is not what needs to happen in this community. We have been fortunate as a county to get a Greenhead Corporation come into our community on the east end of town. And those folks came in, they visited the Carter community, they have partnered with Carter community, the Carter High School and their welding program, and made a $2 million commitment to that community. And the executives from Greenheck, when they toured the Carter community, they said it's like coming home. And this is why they chose East Knoxville to put their 338-acre campus. Work has begun. Within 2 years, there will be 400 people employed on that site. We need our community to be one of vibrant commercial entities. And Four-Way Inn can once again be a vibrant entity, a retail community. Because we have other speakers, I would like to leave you with 2 quotes that have served me well in my personal life and business life. The first, always be open to change, but never underestimate the power of tradition. Not only East Knoxville, but Knox County as a whole has some rich traditions. These rich traditions are why we are growing. We need to keep those traditions in place. Greenheck is here because of those traditions, and we need to keep those traditions live. The second is what we allow, we teach. If we allow developers and property owners to come in and misuse the properties that they have, and not take care of them, then we're teaching them it's okay to do that if we allow certain things to happen on those properties. And this needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anders. Mr. Ballard or Mr. McMillan, would you like to speak? Is Mr. Ballard or Mr. McMillan here? Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this application? Okay, well, Mr. Anders, you would have 2 minutes left if you did want to speak more.
I did have another comment or two.
All right.
There have been discussions by our community group with DOT to bring some traffic calming to that area. Just recently I spoke with someone and they're checking into that. Part of the reasons that some of the folks, retail establishments that we have spoke with, is that the amount of traffic is good through that intersection, Nashville Highway and AJ Highway and through there in Strawberry Plains. The traffic count is good and would support some retail. Their concern was the traffic is coming through there too fast. And so we have asked TDOT to look at some of that. And that would enhance the opportunities of retail to come into that, fast food, offices, anything to kind of spark the retail establishments that would come to that area. They also, they being DOT, is looking at Carter Park and doing some kind of calming there where the folks come out of the park and even an additional traffic light somewhere along Asheville Highway to help do that. So I say that to say that this community, the Carter and Ruggles Ferry community, wants to see retail development in that area, but we want it to be of the town center type concept as other places in the county have. And the walkability is mentioned on several cases today, and I think that that's important, and 4-way in would be an ideal place for that to happen. But for this property to be developed as proposed by or as evidenced by the homeowner, it just wouldn't be conducive to that and what planning, the staff and some of the commissioners have voiced that they'd like to see happen out there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Anders. Mr. Mullins.
Yeah, briefly, if I could pass out, I have only 4 copies of 6 letters of support. I don't know who to hand to. We can pass them around, but I'd like to do that real quick. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant, and talk a little bit about the context and history of this property as far as after Mr. Brandon acquired it, because I agree with actually a lot of what the opposition said, and I think we are here at this juncture to try to move forward in a way that would actually help meet the needs of the community and for this property owner in the short term, and the needs of this community long term. Mr. Brandon sold property that was actually next to the stadium that he was using to store his personal items, and he had relocated these personal items on this property. It was not zoned for it. He didn't do it properly. There are notices of violation. There's a lawsuit on this. He can't do it under the current zoning. The CA zoning will not allow it. Ironically, the ag portion of the property behind it does allow indoor storage for personal property. He could do it on the ag portion if he built a building around it, and I'll come back around to that building in a second. But the CA version, he can't do anything on it. He has his personal property inside the building, and he has things on the outside. When this was filed, it was asked for industrial zoning, and there was a plan amendment that was asked for it. I got involved in the zoning. Mr. Harbin and I looked at the zoning and the the town center mixed-use place type that is on the property, and ultimately decided the best zoning for this property, both in the short term and the long term, would be planned commercial. It is only 3 acres, and typically planned commercial doesn't require, but it's recommended for 20 acres or more, but there is a 50-acre planned commercial tract immediately to the east that you can see there. Carter Elementary is part of that, but then there's some there as well that's not. And of course, planned commercial, as we all know, is similar to planned residential, and whatever goes through in the future would have to come through with a development plan. The use that Mr. Brandon intends for this property, in the grand scheme of things, is not going to be a long-term use. It's going to be for Mr. Brandon's personal use for the immediate future. And the planned commercial would allow him to facilitate that if he builds a building and puts everything in the building. It would allow that property to be cleaned up. It is an eyesore right now. It won't be an eyesore. We get this zoning and come back through with a planned development that has a building plan, has screening, has a plan to show where it will be cleaned up. And that's what he has to do. And we have explained that to Mr. Brandon. Which is why we went back through and changed the zoning from industrial to planned commercial. Long-term, planned commercial allows anything that this community would like to be there to be put there. The planned commercial zone does not generally restrict uses. It is not the intent of this zone to restrict potential development by limiting uses. So anything that could go in there in the future can. Another person will ultimately own this property. There'll be a plan in place for something to go there based upon the traffic patterns. Traffic calming, great idea. That doesn't affect this zoning, that encourages it. So what we're asking, again, there's going to be another case I'm going to speak on coming up where someone is asking for forgiveness instead of permission. And that's not something we need to encourage. I agree with Mr. Andrews on that as well. But the circumstance that we are in now is this zone will allow long-term planning and also allow us to fix a short-term problem. So I'd ask that you would support staff's recommendation and approve it so we can move forward with the development plan and clean this property up. Thank you.
Thank you both for your comments. Commissioner Hill has his light on.
Thank you, Chair Huber. I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners here to deny this rezoning. I'm going to lay out basically the reasons here in just a minute. I'm going to need a little latitude from the chair here, if you'll give it to me. But one, I want to ask Mr. Elliott where we are with the violations. What happens if it's rezoned? Does that change the lawsuit?
I don't think so. I think we would still go to court, and the judge would, at that point, maybe give them some more time to come back with the development plan. I don't think rezoning would change our enforcement case. As Mr. Mullin said, we did, our law director did file a lawsuit against the owner yesterday to begin stopping the work up here and getting him to remove the material that's been placed out there.
Thank you. Nick, I gave you 2 addresses, one over on Sutherland Avenue. Some may argue this is completely unrelated, but a picture's worth 1,000 words, and I just want to show you a couple of pictures, and then I'm going to tie it into our case here in just a minute. If you could show an aerial of that shaded property there. Can you zoom in a little bit just to show what's on that property? Now, the owner is Mr. Brandon, and I believe he's compliant in what he's doing there. It looks like a number of vehicles stored on site. Could you go to the other one that I sent you? This is right across from Western Plaza on the edge of Sequoia. Some would argue it is Sequoia Hills in a residential neighborhood. You see that storage of vehicles there, right there. That is owned by Mr. Brandon. And then now if you'll go to the subject property, I guess the point I'm trying to make is we see what's on the current property, we see what's on his other property, so I think we should probably weigh heavily the potential use of that property, and there's probably, I would say, a good chance that that use is what you see on that property. And by going to the new zoning, probably at best, we're going to get a screened fence with a bunch of junk being stored there. Now, I'll tell you, this Carter community, they're seeing tremendous growth in residential. And this property that we're talking about used to be a vibrant Helma's restaurant that was a big part of the East Knox County and East Knoxville community. I grew up at Holston Shaw Highway, and we had every banquet there at Helma's. So they were very, very ingrained in our community. I think the Carter residents hope for something like that again, and in our last land use classification, or our land use, the comprehensive land use that we have just recently adopted, there is hope, and it speaks to that, a town center type use there. And we can have more rest. We had Cardin's just right across the street that was very ingrained in the community as well. And just because we lost those, and we lost those for different reasons, aging owners or Helma's, you know, she closed long, she was aging too, but this growth came after Helma's. And if we want to have any hope for a community like this, I mean, I think at some point in the near future, they'll exceed the growth that we've seen in the Gibbs community, and they may or may not want it. But I will tell you this, good services that support residential typically come after the residential growth. And I sure hate to miss this opportunity with some fenced-in junkyard. And so, you know what, it may be appropriate at some point in time to zone this what they're requesting. I would ask you to side with me today and deny this zoning. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to do so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to deny, and Commissioner Adams is up.
I just had a question because the dropping of the plan amendment it just seems like a really big difference between mining and heavy industrial. I just wondered what that was about.
Before I got involved in this, the zoning application was filed to change the zoning to industrial. The map amendment would have to go to the heavy industrial, the mining heavy industrial, to allow the industrial zoning. When we went back and revised the application for the planned commercial, that the plan amendment was no longer necessary, that the town center mixed use, the planned commercial is partially related in that, and so no map amendment was required. The intent was for him to be able to do his storage. And I understand Mr. Hill gave me a heads up that he was not going to be supporting this earlier today. The planned commercial, though, can be conditioned on doing this in a building. That is something that could be a condition on it. In fact, the planned commercial, when you move forward, the development plan requires restrictive covenants.
Yeah, that answered my question.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Gill, and yes, Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Commissioner Hill's tour of the city there. That was very enlightening. It's it's good to see what this owner plans on doing. However, I think that we can make the case, as we often do, that by ignoring the use and looking at just at the zoning, as we often try not to look at the use and why we would rezoning. I don't think that this planned commercial makes sense. We've heard already that it needs, in general, doesn't have to, but in general, or for lots that are more than 20 acres, it's intended to be used for an entirely different set of needs. Like, this is already zoned commercial. It's already have a building on it that was used for many years. There's no reason that has been articulated that needs to change this zoning, only to, as Mr. Mullins pointed out, to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. So we are rezoning after the fact to try to support a use that isn't necessarily something we even need to be considering. I don't see any compelling reason why we would rezone this outside of trying to make a lawsuit disappear for an owner. I think that there's just no justification from the applicant for why we would do this outside of, I want to be able to store my personal property, which we've seen looks a whole lot like a junkyard to me. So I can't support this as it is.
Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I totally see Commissioner Hill's point, and I agree with it. I think what I'm struggling with is maybe this is what Commissioner Gill alluded to, and not to steal your thunder on the classic use thing, but that's kind of what I'm struggling with is rezoning on use when, if it was planned commercial and it came back to us, as a junkyard, couldn't we deny it at that point? I guess I'm asking.
I think if you're hopeful at best for maybe a covered shed with maybe some walls or maybe not, and to store the junk in, then, then I would probably support that. But I have a lot higher hopes for this community, and I don't think it's an appropriate use.
Sure, but I guess I'm saying that we're not supposed to we're not supposed to consider use when we rezone. And I see your point. I'm not arguing with you on your point. I guess what I'm struggling with is if it's planned commercial and it's going to come back before us, we may not like the person that owns the property. We may not like what they want to do with it, but it is their property. And if we're going to rezone it, I don't know why we would make an we're making an exception to, consider the use here. And I understand the lawsuit argument, but I mean, I don't think that we're getting rid of somebody's lawsuit. If it was filed yesterday, the guy probably hasn't even been served. So we don't know really what's going on or whether they're going to win. And I'm just struggling with that precedent of considering the individual property owner versus.
But we're not, right? So we typically have a reason or a rationale that is given to us to why we're rezoning, and oftentimes it is mentioned what the use is, and we all take that into account for various degrees. But there's not been a rationale offered to why planned commercial should be applied to a lot that's below the recommended, why that is an error in the code or some reason why we should change it or any reason, changing conditions. There's been no necessarily justification given to rezone it to planned commercial. What has been said is that the use that it is currently be using, which mind you is subject to enforcement action, is not allowed in the current zoning. And so we should change the zoning, not because there's another exterior reason, but we should change the zoning explicitly for its use case. So I guess what I'm questioning is normally we try to justify and find rationale for changing the zoning based on other factors than use. And in this case, the applicant's justification is the use. And the opposition on our own commission is its use. And I'm just providing a justification that says my opposition lies in that we don't have a rationale to change. It may be better as planned commercial, but when somebody wants to bring that with an actual rationale for why we should do that, then I might be supportive, but I don't see that here. That would be kind of where I was going with that.
I mean, I hear you. I think it's a general standard on the lot size, right? I mean, it's not.
Could I address that real quick? Staff did talk about that specifically in the report. It's on, you're looking at page 38 too, second page. It does say, although the subject property area is less than the 20-acre intended PC zone, it is located next to an approximately 50-acre area of PC to the west. The 20 acres isn't a requirement, it's a suggestion. So staff did address that and give that rationale, and I was relying on their rationale.
And we also, when we rezone, I mean, earlier we say, okay, it's surrounded by mixed use, it's in the right land use classification. And so, from my view, it's that's exactly kind of what's going on here. And again, I hear you guys, I'm not saying I'm gonna vote for or against it based on that. I'm just literally struggling with the fact that we are talking about denying a rezoning based on the use. And I don't know, I just would like to hear more comments on that, I guess.
Thank you, Commissioner Overton. Commissioner Hill.
Commissioner Overton, just to clarify, I am advocating for denial based on the potential uses, not just the use. We have a good indication of what one of those uses may be, and that use if you put a fence around it and blind it to us is an acceptable use. And I don't understand why we would extend that zoning in that area when we're trying to build a town center type setting for this community. And that's what I base my decision on, not just that use.
Commissioner Barger.
Let me preface this by saying that I did not go to law school and I barely graduated college. So with that being said, since there is an impending lawsuit, I know that you told Commissioner Hill that it doesn't really affect it, but would it not be more appropriate to postpone this until after the lawsuit is heard? I mean, Commissioner Anderson, you're an attorney and you're shaking your head yes, so I'm just curious.
I was thinking along those lines, but I was also going to ask, since this is in the county, can the use be conditioned as part of the zoning? So could we say it can't be used for vehicle storage?
You could say there can be no outdoor storage.
Okay. But that doesn't necessarily mean what type of building would satisfy indoor storage.
Correct. And you can provide some additional conditions related to the type of screening that might be permitted or not permitted as well.
And could we postpone until the applicant could provide us some sort of sketch or drawing or plan, or do we have to approve it and then they do that later?
That would be the second stage in the process.
Any other comments, Commissioner Hill? So, well, okay, so we have a couple options that were laid out after we have a motion to deny the planned commercial zone because it is not, well, it is not compatible per Commissioner Hill's reasons, and a second on that. And so we need to vote. So all in favor to deny the planned commercial, say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
We are now on to agenda item number 40. Excuse me, Dwayne Hicks is the applicant. Location is on the southeast corner of the intersection of Lovell Road and Schaefer Road. Approximate size is 2.89 acres. The present zoning is neighborhood commercial K, neighborhood commercial with conditions, technology overlay. Zoning requested is CA, general business, and TO, technology overlay. The existing use is a vacant lot. The staff's recommendation is to deny CA, general business zone, because it does not meet all the criteria for a rezoning. The TO, technology overlay, would be retained. Is the applicant present? Is Mr. Hicks here, or a representative for Mr. Hicks here? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Nobody signed up. Nobody's here to talk at all. Chair will entertain a motion on item number 40.
Make a motion to deny per staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion to deny per staff recommendation and seconded.
That's on the comprehensive plan.
I'm sorry, this is.
Hold on, wait. The comprehensive plan was.
What? No, that's,
Okay, thank you.
yes, we're good.
Sorry.
Yep. So we have a motion and a second to deny the rezoning to CA general business. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. That's okay. All right, we are now on to item number 41. Applicant is Justin Ford. Location is south side of Shod Road, west of Amherst Elementary School. Approximate size is 1.25 acres. Present zoning is agricultural. Zoning requested is CN neighborhood commercial. Existing use is vacant land. So the motion or the staff recommendation is to deny the neighborhood commercial CN zone because the subject property does not meet the zone's intent or location criteria. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins here for the applicant.
Very good. And we have 3 people signed up to discuss. Ms. Smith, Ms. Story and Ms. Monroe. Are they here?
They are.
Okay, would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll defer, please. Thank you.
Okay, so again, with the opposition, we have 5 minutes, and if you guys could share that 5 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, am I ready to start? Okay,
There you go.
sorry. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jane Smith of 5209 Shod Road, directly beside and across from the proposed rezoning. My family has lived in this community for over 70 years. My husband and I also own the property at 7223 Ball Camp, which my parents bought when I was a child, and which sits directly behind the property that they are trying to rezone. I strongly oppose rezoning this property to anything other than residential or agriculture. This is a quiet, family-centered area, and commercial use doesn't fit its character. Planning staff agrees it's incompatible. In Mullins versus Knoxville, a case Mr. Mullins himself has cited, the court said neighborhood character is defined by what's legally allowed, not by non-conforming uses. This area is zoned residential and agriculture, which it is surrounded by. So CN zoning is inconsistent. CN is typically placed at intersection, and while this site is not, most coffee-serving businesses along Shod, though not all zoned CN, are the kind of uses allowed under CN and are located at intersections in line with the ordinance. The proposal to place a road on my property to create a corner lot to disputes the established residential driveway use. It's unreasonable to expect the county to plow a road through private property just to benefit a coffee shop. The owner's attempts to buy adjoining land to bypass setbacks highlight how unsuitable this site is for commercial use. I exercised my rights as a property owner to restrict access after prior trespass issues before Mr. Ford even purchased the property. The driveway is not for sale or for his use. If my fence violates county standards, why was a similar fence allowed at the Easy Stop, though? Mullins owns own representation is, and this is the one at Johnson and Shod, and this is my fence, which they're the same fence. Altering property lines for a road shows the proposal doesn't fit the neighborhood and would require new infrastructure. The ordinance requires CN to provide convenience without disturbing the established residential neighborhoods, which this fails to do. There is already an approved Easy Stop just 0.3 miles away from at Shod Road and Johnson, rezoned from AG to CN. Our community does not need another CN so close. This proposal conflicts with the comprehensive plan, future zoning, and the ordinance's intent regarding proximity to existing CN and TCMU. Reports of possible environmental and health concerns have reportedly been submitted to TDEC and forwarded to Knox County. Converting this site to commercial use would worsen those risks. This property is not suited for commercial development. I respectfully ask you to deny the rezoning request, support planning staff's recommendation, and help preserve the residential and agriculture character of our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Is any other one, Ms. Story or Ms. Monroe want to speak? And we're running out of time here, so if we could maybe
I'll
add 2 more minutes.
I'll try to read as fast as I can.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll add
Okay,
2.
so I'm Heather Story. I live at 5310 Shad Road, right across from the parcel that we're talking about. And of course, I'm here to respectfully for you to deny the proposal for the rezone of this land. We've already had to endure the development of Shad Road, splitting our land into sections, and we don't want to see this land up and down this road being zoned commercial. This property sits directly off of a 4-lane highway, which no existing turn lane directly into the property that is in question here. The proposed development would require a turnaround or entry point that would be directly in front of my home. In Knox County zoning ordinance, it states convenient to and not disruptive to establish residential neighborhoods. This proposed rezone would contradict the intent of the zoning ordinance. This would result in increased traffic congestion, limited visibility, and dangerous bottleneck in areas already struggling with traffic flow. And if you look at the turnaround, there's a slight blind spot where people already speed, and this is especially during school pickup times. In West Knox County, a 39% increase in traffic accidents, including fatalities, was observed after zoning changes along comparable 4-lane roads. When adding commercial property to this would only increase traffic concerns and congestion. Rezoning this land for commercial use would be an open door for more rezoning along the entire road and would just create some sort of havoc. Mr. Mullins mentioned in his comments he posted that the 1.25 acre parcel is suited for a single family home fronting the expanding Shad Road. But my question, if it's inappropriate for residential, then why would it be appropriate for commercial use? This is a complete contradiction. The shift from agriculture to commercial zoning for this much land is not just a change in land use, it's a change in lifestyle and identity and in safety. Sets a precedent that can only lead to further encroachment into the rural character of our area with long-term consequences for property values and quality of life. One last point, Mr. and Ms. Smith, Ms. Monroe, and myself sat down to discuss the rezoning of the property with Mr. Mullins and Mr. Ford. Mr. Mullins addressed in his comments that they have, according to were not willing to consider the use of this property any other than the A zone. That is not true. We actually said that we would be okay with the residential zoning because that's what the intent is. Please side with the residents who live here and have cared for this land for generations and will have to live with the consequences of this decision every single day. I urge you to vote no on this rezoning proposal, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Story. Ms. Monroe, we had one more. Looks like we're going to have to add 2 more minutes, too, if that's okay.
I'm Wilma Monroe, and I live at 7243 Ballcamp Pike, and I also own 7231, which is directly joins 5240. The greenhouse is not, Justin Ford put in there about the greenhouse being commercial, or it should have been commercial. It is not classified as a commercial use anywhere in the zoning ordinance. It operates as a permitted agricultural use and is regulated by the State Department of Agriculture, not as commercial. Appreciate it if you would consider denying this request.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. So Councilman, we'll add, by my count, probably 3 minutes to yours, to 8 minutes, if you so choose to use it.
Yes. Again, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I got involved in this one also after the rezoning was filed. Mr. Ford, he purchased the property on this from the family's nephew. I think they were surprised that he sold the property, didn't expect it, and the neighbors that spoke today they're all related. This used to be family property, and the nephew did sell this property to Mr. Ford back earlier this year. He went to his planning staff, said, hey, look, I'm looking to potentially put a coffee shop or some similar use on Shad Road, since this is part of the expansion that recently occurred. And looking at the land use map, the SMR, the neighborhood commercial zone, is partially related. And they said that, if you're wanting to do some type of commercial, neighborhood commercial would be the most appropriate zone to consider here. Now, they didn't tell him they would support it, and him not doing this regularly, I think he thought that was going to be a support, and then was surprised when he got the recommendation for a denial. That's not staff's fault. I'm not criticizing them for that, but that sometimes happens when, you know, someone is talking to professionals and they are not, you know, really involved in this business very often. But I do disagree with staff's opinion that this isn't appropriate for a neighborhood commercial. I mean, we are talking, it fronts Shad Road, which is, I think, represented probably the largest infrastructure investment in Knox County in quite some time. I mean, it was intended to siphon off a lot of the traffic from east to west that other roads have been taking. So when you make that kind of investment, you can expect the properties that front Shad Road, there's going to be interest in redeveloping them. And over a long term, this whole corridor will slowly start to change. That's just the reality when you make an improvement like this. And the neighborhood commercial zone is intended to try to intercept that traffic as it comes through. You know, there's a church there to the east. There's Amherst Elementary there to the east. So having traffic patterns that would be a right in, right out is one of the things staff mentioned in its report, that would be the likely traffic pattern that would need to be there. That wouldn't be inappropriate for a small, you know, 1.25 acre commercial development that has the uses that are intended to serve, you know, a community like this, which has established residential neighborhoods, but is also changing due to the Shad Road improvements. When you look at the location criteria for neighborhood commercial, you know, neighborhood commercial is only partially related in all of the land use place types like PR. So it's not directly related to any of them. So when you have something that's partially related, you need to look at, it has to meet one of these criteria in order to be appropriate for a rezoning. The first one is proposed zoning district is consistent with the secondary uses of the subject site's place type. Under the SMR, commercial is considered a secondary use, so it meets that criteria. Also says the proposed zoning district is compatible with the current zoning of adjacent sites. And you look at this, you have residential zones, you have neighborhood commercial just a little bit further to the, there in the pink, there to the east, which is going to be an easy stop. It's under development now. So it is compatible insofar as it's going to serve that existing traffic on Shad Road that are, you know, using Shad Road to go to Amherst Elementary, to go to church, to go through that corridor. And I'll have to say, you know, living in West Knoxville, that's my favorite way to go anywhere now, because the county did such a good job opening that up. So it does meet the second criteria as well, but it only needs to meet one. Staff cited that they didn't think it was appropriate because it's not at the intersection. There is a private drive there, and it is a private drive, and they have the right to close it. And you know, Mr. Ford has looked at being able to have, you know, access onto Shad Road. He's looked at being able to extend the utilities. All of that is there for him to do. He will have to extend some of the utilities, but that is what you have to do when you develop new property. That's nothing out of the ordinary. But the neighborhood commercial zone doesn't make that a requirement. It says it should be generally placed at street locations, either collector or arterial. It's not a shall, it's a should. And you can have neighborhood commercial zones that aren't at an intersection. As far as whether it's appropriate for residential, it is SMR place type. If this was part of a larger assemblage, if the properties around it were part of this property, then you could look at this being considered for a higher density multifamily or townhome type development. But for 1.25 acres, it's really not something that's going to garner a lot of interest for a residential development in and of itself. You could put a single family residence there, but you know, there's not a lot of homes that want to build a new single family residence with Shad Road being there. The family that spoke, you know, lamented the fact that Shad Road did cut through their property, and I understand that. It's a big change. I wouldn't want to have a single-family residence directly on Shad Road. That size, you could do small multifamily, small townhome development, which is something that could be considered. It might be another appropriate use. when I spoke to the neighbors, this was postponed twice, so I could meet with them. You know, they really weren't happy about the prospect of townhomes or small multifamily going there either, and I understand that. You know, we're not complaining about the fence that they put there. They asked if we did get it commercial, if we would be willing to do some screening and buffering and a fence, and that is something that I think the neighborhood commercial requires when you are doing that type of development. So we would be willing to do that as well if we move forward. So this area is changing. This area was intended to change. I think a small commercial development, a coffee shop or some other use that would be appropriate in the neighborhood commercial zone would make a lot of sense there. As this area continues to change, it would be one part of this overall property, this node being developed in the future. So I'd ask that respectfully you would approve this because it is compatible with the area and what was intended for Shad Road when it was developed. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Is there any discussion from the commissioners? Bueller? Bueller? Anyone? Commissioner Midas.
Well, if there's no discussion, I guess I will put forth a recommendation or motion to deny the CN zone because the subject property does not meet the zone's intent or location criteria. You know, I feel with the residents there, I don't think it's a great location. I worry about traffic and having to turn around. And I think staff's got it right on this.
We have a motion, but not a second. Commissioner Barger was wanting to.
Well, I'm struggling with this one because I understand with the homeowners how they feel, but I also understand that it's Shad Road and it's a development. And, you know, I was looking up Camp Honey Coffee, the one that they just opened on Lions View, and it's neighborhood commercial surrounded by residential on a teeny tiny road with a ton of traffic. And so I'm a little, I'm standing on the fence and I don't know which way to jump off of it, so.
Understood. Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. You know, regardless of the proposed use, I think that this commercial neighborhood zone fits well within the place type designated here. I think it fits well on a new 4-lane highway that the county has just spent a bunch of money improving. And I think with 4-lane highways come the intention of the community that it's going to be something. And by community, I'm not trying to negate the property owners. I mean, like the county at large. You know, I think that, you know, the intent is it's going to kind of become more developed. And I think that commercial neighborhood provides, or neighborhood commercial, whatever, provides like a better buffer zone here, given its proximity to residential and industrial below and residential to the left. And so I don't know if I do a competing motion.
No, I would think that technically the first motion would fail because it did not get a second. If you are inclined to make a motion, please do.
Oh, I can't. Okay. Then let me get up to the thing. That I'll make a motion to approve the CN neighborhood commercial zone because it does meet the zone intents and it's compatible with the intent of the commercial land use plan.
So we have a motion and a second by Vice Chair Levinson to approve neighborhood commercial in that area. Do we need to? Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hill.
I'd just like for staff to remind us some of the criteria for this type of zoning. I want to make sure we're not just overlooking, the criteria. Could you remind us?
So by criteria for the rezoning?
Like, should it be on a corner? Should, just.
So Generally, the zone is recommended to be at the intersection of classified streets because that typically is less disruptive of a neighborhood, of a neighborhood area. And so that's just the general recommendation. And the intent of the neighborhood commercial zone is to be compatible with residential development. And so when a commercial zone is proposed in the middle of a residential kind of strip, it seems like it would be an encroachment rather than something that would be more compatible with a residential area.
So I would say just one differentiation of that, and I'm glad you brought up the Lions View Coffee Shop, because I think you don't see on that side of the road a lot of residential. There's a graveyard, there's a rehab or that senior center, and then kind of the golf course, and then Lakeshore Park across the street. So just want to be mindful of differentiation there.
Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, I want to echo a little bit what Commissioner Overton said, and even Commissioner Berger. This one's a tough one, and I think as I'm thinking through why it feels like it's a tough one is that in general we don't like to, and I hate using this term because it elicits so much, but like we get accused of spot zoning on occasion, and in a lot of ways we are all thinking, or at least I'm thinking that in the back of my head, but to me CN doesn't apply, right? Like CN is intended to be in the middle of these areas. That is the intent, which is why it's a partial related use to all place types. It is not a primary use, specifically because it is not intended to be an extension of another zoning. It is supposed to be in the middle of everywhere. It is the one zoning that I think that I don't think can be spot zoned. That's the place. So the question that we're having to say is this an appropriate location? And Commissioner Overton points out, and I think this is important because it comes up in our other cases quite a bit, is that we're really hopeful with our new comprehensive land use that we put into place and the UDO that's to come, that we're addressing development where development is supposed to go. And we are oftentimes told we shouldn't do a development because the traffic and the infrastructure isn't there. And so now the traffic and the infrastructure is done, and we're all sitting here holding our hands and wringing them saying, oh, well, we don't want to be the first one to put a development in place. And it's kind of like a chicken and egg where we're not supposed to develop anywhere unless there's a big road. And now we have a big road and we don't want to develop it because it might be a spot zone and it might reduce commercial into a residential area. This is kind of the urban, it's part of the urban growth boundary. It's smack in the middle of it. It's supposed to be SMR, which has a secondary use of commercial. It is a CN zone, which is the most, it has standards in place to limit its impact. It is intended to be a zone that stands alone within a residential area. Shad Road is a major arterial and will only get more busy as time goes on. What we expect to see in SMR is, as Commissioner Mullins pointed out, or Councilor Mullins pointed out, we're going to see development's going to come before this body again. There's going to be for multifamily housing. It's going to be for larger scale developments. Like this might be the bulkhead. This is the first piece of property that let go, and I'm very sympathetic to the property owners around there. It's really hard to see that change, but this is where we're supposed to be doing it so that we're not doing it in our rural conservation areas or their areas that have not been designated planned growth or urban growth boundaries. So it's kind of, we got to be a little bit brave on this, I feel like, but I'm struggling with the idea that we're never supposed to develop unless there's a road, and now there's a road and we don't want to develop. It's kind of like, here's where we're supposed to do it. Here is a property that is ready for that. We have a developer who wants to develop. It seems to me that this is where it's supposed to go.
Commissioner Biggs.
I think I 90% agree with Commissioner Gill. I think the one question I have is, like, if we were to put up the county future use map there, what's the town center mixed use area that's like just up the street? Like, to me, it's like, yes, agree, Shad Road is where we're gonna have development in the future, but like, isn't that the corner where we've kind of like pegged that's supposed to be the first mover? And I think to Councilor Mullins' point, there's already a gas station going on one corner, which is great. Like, that seems to be an indication of like, hey, this is working, but like, that's not full yet. And so it's almost, I don't know if it's supposed to be, well, hey, until that fills up and it's like, yes, we need more of this zoning space, then I'd feel a lot more comfortable at that point saying, yeah, we should be rezoning more along Shad Road because there is this demand. But it feels like we've already created the space for this type of property to go, and it's just starting to happen. So I agree that Shad Road is going to change, and I think we want to facilitate that change responsibly, but this almost feels a little bit early to me.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I too wish we could play SimCity sometimes and choose what the best location is to drop our commercial districts. And, you know, I really enjoy that game. It's a lot of fun, hence why I think we're all on here. But the reality is that we don't get to do that, so we have to kind of do it with the projects that come before us. And not that I am 100% there, I guess. I'm just, it's kind of like, if not for this, then what? You know, I mean, just something to consider.
Very good. And as you can see, we don't take these types of decisions lightly. There's a lot of consternation, you know, that goes along with trying to make zoning recommendations. But we do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve neighborhood commercial in that location. The chair will entertain, well, I guess we've already got the motion. So we'll, all in favor say aye. Those opposed? All right. Now this sounds like a roll call. Commissioner Boyer, did you want to speak while we're?
Can you read the motion again? Because it's a, one of those yes, no, sort of
Yeah,
backwards.
the motion on the floor is to approve neighborhood commercial zone.
Are you ready for me?
I am.
Commissioner Hill,
No.
Commissioner Browning,
No.
Commissioner Levinson, Commissioner Boyer,
No.
Commissioner Barger, Commissioner Overton,
Yes.
Commissioner Perez,
No.
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Butler,
No.
Commissioner Biggs,
No.
Commissioner Daly,
No.
Commissioner Gill,
Yes.
Commissioner Midas, Commissioner Adams,
Yes.
Commissioner Huber?
That's me.
Excuse me.
That's quite all right. And I'll be a yes on that. But the motion will fail.
I have 6 yes commissioners that say yes, and I have 9 commissioners that are saying no.
So motion fails. Thank you.
I'll second Commissioner Midas's initial motion to deny per staff recommendation.
Gotcha. And we got a motion and a second on that.
Hold on a second. I think you need to make a new motion because that one was already denied for lack of a second.
Okay, I'll make a motion to deny per staff recommendation.
Okay. Now we have a motion to deny neighborhood commercial zone because the subject property does not meet the zone's intent or location criteria. We will, all in favor say aye for the denial of the CA zone. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. So we have, let's do a roll call anyway real quick. Did anybody change their vote? That's a fair question. I did. Okay, we did have one change, so we'll do a quick roll call.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Browning,
Yes.
Commissioner Levinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Boyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Barger, Commissioner Overton,
No.
Commissioner Perez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Biggs,
Yes.
Commissioner Daly,
Yes.
Commissioner Gill,
No.
Commissioner Midas, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Huber, I'm sorry. I've been practicing on Barger for how long? And now I have an issue with your name.
You can still.
And I just achieved Barger, because I won't tell you what I called you.
I'll go down as a no.
Okay, no, thank you, sir.
We're all getting goofy. It's a long day.
So on this second roll call vote to deny, is that correct? I have 11 commissioners saying yes and 4 commissioners saying no.
Very good. The motion fails. Or, pardon me, the motion carries, the rezoning fails.
Thank you all very much for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Sorry for the confusion. I'm new.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item 43. The applicant is Southern Standard Enterprises.
That's on consent.
That's one of the ones that we left it on consent. My apologies.
It's 47.
45 was the same. Okay, yep, my apologies. We are on item number 47. The applicant is JOPA Properties LLC. Location is the northwest side of Ball Road, southwest of Johnson Road. Approximate size of the tract is 30.33 acres. The present zoning is A, agricultural. Zoning requested is PR, planned residential, up to 4 dwelling units an acre. The property is currently vacant. The staff recommendation is to approve planned residential up to 3 dwelling units an acre, but because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding areas, subject to one condition. Is the applicant present? Very good. Is there opposition? I believe there is opposition. There are 3 people signed up. We have a Mr. Holland, a Mr. A. Parker, or Mr. Parker, and Sullivan. Pro, okay, gotcha. So the opposition. So would the applicant like to speak first, or would you like to defer to the opposition? Very good. So Mr. Holland or Mr. Parker, you can approach the podium. You have 5 minutes combined. If you could try to keep it at that, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, my name is Dwayne Parker. It's 5707 Ball Road. And if you look at the map, the west corner is right on top of my property. And the issue I've got with zoning this whole tract, if you would, into a residential with 4 units on, or 3 units now as you've adjusted it, is number one, there is a tremendous amount of runoff that ridge. And if you look at that left side of where it says 7 right there, that whole area is a gully. And you get a heavy rain, or I don't have a stream, all of a sudden I've got a river coming down into my fields. I also, that's a good example right there. You can see the gully right there. You can see the contour lines. Everything is focusing all the water and the drain off right into that area. And just to the right of that is another one focusing into my neighbor's area. So the drainage on the ridges is a very high concern, I think, of everybody, particularly if you've lived on it and you see what happens. And so to see that whole area zoned the same thing, and I don't agree with. Now, possibly as you get over in the lower portion right there, you come down from there, yeah, you can see the zoning there to change. I have no problem with that. I do have a little bit of a problem with the traffic on that road. My joke has always been, when I first moved into this area, is that I could always come down the end of my quarter-mile driveway and never look right or left and pull out. Well, you can't do that today. Now you sit there and wait. So that road has picked up a tremendous amount of traffic. I think there's, 10 or 11 developments now taking place on Ball Road. So this is just going to add even more traffic. So all I can say is that I really would rather not see it. And if you zone it all that they can build, there's going to be some time in the future somebody wants to go up on top of that ridge and say, look, my fantastic view, I want to build up here. And I'd rather see that not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Sullivan, if you would like to. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Yeah, Mr. Holland.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, just state your name and address, please.
Oh.
Yeah, he can speak. You're right.
Okay.
Yes, sir. No, state your name.
Sure.
State your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Larry Bohannon, 5511 Ball Road. I have to be careful telling you that address because there's a lot of deer in my yard. But anyway, thank you for staying late for me. Architecture is my background. I built my first house when I was 19 years old, and I designed this house 23 years ago and moved into it, but it's sitting right on the hill. Now, my house is right there in the middle, right in that area, to the right of that arrow, right there. Now, when you get to the edge of my top property, I probably guarantee all of you could not climb up that hill. You'd have to have a rope or, hang on to the trees to get up there. It's really steep. And that's the reason I can't imagine. See, I built on a little over 4.5 acres, and Dwayne has about 10 acres, but that's because of the hill. I can't imagine even 3 houses per acre. It should be just about one. One right now is what they require. There's 2 houses in front of us, one in front of me, and just last week I saw all these flashing lights in front of my house, so I drove down the driveway to see what was going on. Well, the ditch that goes under the road just washed out, and there was a hole about 3.5 foot in diameter. I could have crawled down in it. The county was out there filling that up with rock. I thought, what are you going to do? It's washing away everything. He said, well, we've got to come back tomorrow and dig up the whole road. Now, that's just right in front, right in the middle of all of this property there. It's really, really bad. And I just can't imagine more than 1 house per acre, really, in that area. Now, down in the flat area, you could do that, but not where they have all that property up on the hill. I think it's just really puts it in danger, and the traffic is so bad, and especially on Shad, we go to Shad Road too. I had a mirror knocked off of my car, and there's big tractor trailers and everything else coming, and my time's gone. Okay, but thank you for staying.
Thank you, Mr. Bohannon. Appreciate your comments. Commissioner Perez, do you have a comment? Okay, very good. So if the applicant could speak.
My name's Coleman Sullivan, 2418 Glen Meadow Road. I appreciate the comments. Thank you guys for coming out. Really, I would just like to address the hillside protection in regards to the concerns that were brought here today. Obviously, the majority of the acreage on this tract is eat up inside the hillside protection, so we're pretty limited on what we can disturb. Given the staff recommendation, we have, I believe it's 5.8 acres allowed into that area, which puts us right at 50% of the acreage. So we'll never be up in that area touching it. That's about all I have to say to that. I think the parcel itself lends itself to what we're proposing. We actually have another project on Ball Road and see a lot of growth in the area and think it suits what's going on there. So that's it. Thank you all.
Very good.
Is this an opportunity for like conditional clustering requests from this body to help with that? Let's see.
Well, I mean, I think that's what planned residential encourages, and we'll see that on the when they bring the plan through, and we could comment on that then, I think. But I think it's the intent on record anyway, that they're going to try to stay away from the steeper parts in the back of the property. But I think it'd be important to just let them go ahead and design it and then bring it to us. And if we have issue with it, I think we could address it at that meeting.
So staff has recommended approval at 3 dwelling units per acre. Yeah.
And Mr. Sullivan, you're comfortable with 3 units an acre versus the 4?
Yes, sir. That yields us about, what we had looked at is probably 40-ish lots total, given that. So that's the 3 works. We went with 4, but 3 works as well.
Very good, thank you.
So based upon the agreement on the 3 that staff has recommended, and also based upon the clustering, which I'm hearing you say you want to wait, it's on the record that we want that to be clustered and not to touch the hillside. I'll go ahead and make a motion to support staff's recommendation for this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve at 3 dwelling units an acre, and Commissioner Gill has a comment.
Yeah, I just want, just for the opposition that came in, just so everyone's aware, and the public and our new commissioners who may be listening, PR is explicitly designed to allow them to cluster their housing on the actual buildable parts of the lot. Their hillside protection would not allow them to build on that section behind your house. That is all greater than 40% slope. They wouldn't be able to build it all up there. I think their disturbance budget is like 0.8 of an acre, and that would include trying to even get there. They wouldn't even be able to build a house back behind you at all. PR allows them through the zoning code to cluster it closer to the road in those flatter sections so that this property isn't undevelopable. They can still do something with it.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification on that too. And that's very accurate in the city. In the county, the hillside protection is technically advisory. So theoretically they could, but I think through our discussion, encouraging the clustering down and staying out of that is really that's the plan we want to see when you bring it back to us. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, thank you, because that is the plan that I want to see when not something else.
Very good. Heard. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda item 47 at 3 dwelling units an acre, approve the planned residential zone up to 3 dwelling units an acre because it is consistent with the Knox County comprehensive plan and surrounding areas, subject to one condition. I got you. Here's the condition. Disturbance within the hillside protection area is limited to 5.8 acres as recommended on the slope analysis. So that's actually codified in there. You're right. That's what, I just didn't read far enough. But perfect, thank you. So you can't go up there anyway. There is a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Good. We are on agenda item number 53. Applicant is Jeremiah Cottle. Location is the east side of East Gallaher Ferry Road, south of Geneva Road. Approximate size is 26.21 acres. Zoning is agricultural. Existing use is vacant land, agricultural. Proposed use is a dog boarding facility. Staff recommendation is to deny the request for a dog boarding facility in the A agricultural zone, because the request does not meet the criteria for a use on review approval, and it will adversely impact surrounding residential properties. Is the applicant present?
Brian Quist, here for the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Quist, is there opposition? Okay, we have opposition. Okay, Mr. Quist, do you want to go first, or do you want to defer to the opposition?
I'd like to go ahead and go first. And then reserve.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quist, could you give us your address for the record?
800 South Gay Street, Suite 2121, Knoxville 37929.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to reserve for rebuttal any time that I do not use.
We can do that.
Hold on. All right. Okay. Greetings. I'm Brian Quist. I'm an attorney here in town with Quist, Fitzpatrick, and Girard. I've been asked to speak for this kennel. I did not prepare the application. I was only recently retained to try to be an advocate. My connection is that this is a referral from my son. My son boards his dogs at this kennel. So what's a good dad to do, right? So I'm here. Also, I'd like to think I'm an advocate for the dog owners of Hardin Valley. I think dog owners need good quality kennels and when they travel. So one of my thoughts was that, and in preparation for this, I had filed some submittals. Item number 4 on those submittals is a market study. So I have a market study in the record that says there is a need for more kennels, not just, and so losing a kennel is bad. One thing that occurred to me is that, and I've seen commission approve developments, I've seen commission approve subdivisions and more subdivisions, and I think along with that, there should be some consideration to making sure all these people have some facilities. They need a gas station, they need a Waggles so they can get their coffee and donut, they need a Chick-fil-A, and thank God in Hardin Valley we have a Chick-fil-A now. They also need dog kennels, and so that's why I'm here. So we're circulating some pictures just to be clear of what's being proposed. What's being proposed is, as you see on these pictures, this is a nice outdoor facility. And on the first picture, you look to the left over there by that dogwood tree. Mr. Mullins' clients have houses in an adjoining subdivision that you can't even see in this picture. And so that's what it looks like. You flip over to the page. Page 2 shows the backyard. Page 3 is another picture of that property. Again, Mr. Mullins' client's house is not in the picture. The final picture does show that. Mr. Mullins' client's house is way over there to the left. This property is zoned agricultural. And so when you look at the zoning, dog kennel is an express permitted use on review. And so what I was expecting was I'd be retained, I'd come down here, I would see staff recommendation of, well, yeah, okay, that's a permitted use on review, but there's going to be some conditions. And then we look at the conditions, we talk about the conditions. I was a bit surprised that staff denied it. And one of the reasons seemed to be that it had to do with growth and development, and this is inconsistent with growth and development. It's not, it's neutral. This is neither growth, it's neither development. As you've seen from those pictures, those are pre-constructed buildings on skids. There's nothing permanent about it. This property in several years will probably be yet another subdivision, consistent with the growth plans. So there you go. There's been some issue about noise. I would just like to say that, well, yeah, dogs bark. That's true. But I don't think it should be for this body to decide whether there is a violation of the noise ordinance prospectively. You know, some conditions. Okay, I thought about, well, what if this was a consideration, but you imposed some conditions? Well, I don't know what to do with that, because we can talk about a privacy fence, we can talk about landscaping. I think what would be really better would be, since staff just put its recommendation on its website July 4, and I haven't had time really to adjust to that, for us to take up time to talk about what would be proposed conditions, like abide by the noise ordinance, maybe move the building some distance from the property line. What I propose, if it's okay with the commission, is maybe we don't get bogged down into that today, but maybe you ask me and Mr. Mullins and staff to get together, talk about what this might look like, come back in 30 days, because this community needs this service.
Very good. And we gave you an extra minute there, Mr. Quist. So,
Thank you.
We'll extend that same courtesy to Councilor Mullins.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I have to say this is probably the strangest county commission meeting or planning commission meeting I've been to in a while. I'm not often standing up here representing neighbors in opposition. These neighbors reached out to me and told me of the problems that they were having with, it's Robert Ford and A.B. Penoy are the two neighbors. They, in the upper, you see this cul-de-sac along the property line, they are the last two. That is, lot 17 is Ms. Penoyer's property. Mr. Ford's property is number 16. And they hired me, and I looked at them, I said, look, I'm not against dog kennels. I'm not against development. This is a use on review. There needs to be, if it is approved, there needs to be conditions. So what I wanted to, I told them I'm not going to advocate for an outright denial. I said I want to talk to the property owner to see if there's reasonable conditions. When I represent a property owner who has a development, and I've been up here, and, I reach out to the neighbors, I talk to them, I try to work on what compromises can be made, when they can be made. I do wish Mr. Quist was hired sooner, but he wasn't. He was hired last week, and he and I have had some conversations. When I reached out to Mr. Cottrell, he initially said, yeah, sure, I'll meet with you. Then he said, no, you can talk to my lawyer, and he gave me this name of this attorney that didn't exist, at least not in the state of Tennessee. I understand he's now in Texas, and maybe his attorney is in Texas, but he never gave me the contact information, so I couldn't reach out to him anyways. I just had a last name of some hypothetical attorney. I did email Mr. Cottrell and say, look, my clients are concerned about the noise. I did submit a letter in opposition to this. It was a hyperlink. I think the first one was broken, the second one. That was just an example. I have hours more I didn't put on. I tried to pick the ones that are the most illustrative of the issue. And there are times of constant barking. And I want to clear up some clarification. It isn't this body's job to enforce the noise ordinance. But the noise ordinance that Mr. Quist is referring to isn't the ordinance, really, it's an issue. There is an animal ordinance that says it is improper to own or control animals who habitually bark, whine, meow, squawk, or cause other objectionable noises resulting in a nuisance to a neighboring residents. And habitually has a very specific definition. It says, shall mean continuously for a period of 10 minutes or intermittently for 1/2 an hour. And that's section 6-33 of the animal ordinance for Knox County. And I have provided examples where that was occurring. Recently, has it gotten better? Yes. I think when you have eyes on you, and much like another case I was standing up here before earlier, there are notices of violation here. There is, the lawsuit hasn't been filed, but I understand it's ready to go. They're giving them time to move through this process, which is why, again, I feel for Mr. Quist. I've been in his seat. Normally, I would agree to a continuance if we'd work on it, but this has been going on 4 months now. And it was postponed. It was actually going to be tabled, and I objected to that because we want to make sure we get to a position. Now, I actually agree with staff's recommendation because what they have proposed is not appropriate. Not that a dog kennel can't be appropriate on this property. It could be moved, which is what I suggested. I suggested that they move it. I'm glad to hear Mr. Quist acknowledge that these are on pre-construction on skids and could be moved. If they can move it somewhere else on the property, that would be appropriate. And there are existing landscaping screens in our development standards that talk about when you're dealing with a commercial use, and this is a commercial use. It's on agricultural property, but agriculture by its nature is also a commercial use, although this isn't an agricultural use. Commercial property should be screened from residential areas with a type A landscaping screen. So those are the two things I asked for. I said, look, my neighbors who are mad, Ms. Penoyer was in the comments, and she's very embarrassed by this. She got so frustrated over Christmas, she went outside and banged on a pan, and she actually got threatened to be cited and for antagonizing animals. But she was fed up, which is why good fences make good neighbors. And we need a good fence here if you are to consider this. I also found it interesting that Mr. Cottrell, I think it's how you say his name, he put this property as far away from his house as possible, but pretty close to mine. So if you are considering approving this, we'd ask for at least the same consideration that the property owner gave himself when considering this use. As presented, I agree with staff's recommendation, it should be denied. I'm not anti-dog kennel, I'm certainly not anti-development, y'all. And I do think there's a need for this. I know Andy, I know he needs a place to put his dog. And there may be a future for this property, but they need to come back with something that makes sense, and this isn't it. So respectfully, I'd ask you to, wow, words I never say, deny this application based upon staff's recommendation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. Mr. Gill, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I could start us off here, I suppose.
Well, I was going to ask Mr. Quist. He had mentioned a potential postponement, and that is, you're right. As an applicant, you can request a postponement from the stand. Is that something you would be interested in?
Well, as a trial lawyer, I've made a point to not be that guy that asks for a continuance. I try to show up, I try to make my argument, try to do my thing, and I try to honor my opposition by not trying to have some sort of delay tactic, because I could be accused of, if I ask for a postponement, I'm accused of, oh, well, Mr. Quist, he's, justice delayed, justice denied. Well, absolutely not. But all that said, if the commission were to agree that, hey, the point that I made about a need for kennels, let's give Mr. Quist a chance. He's just jumped on the case. It's only been postponed once. Let's give him a chance to work with staff to say, okay, you're thinking move the kennels. Well, how far? I need some more time.
Yeah, and I think that is, you're right to request that here. And what I'm hearing between the opposition and the applicant, that there could be some common ground, but we're not there today, with the location of the kennels and things like that.
Yes,
So,
I was a bit surprised to see that when this was posted on July 4, it was denied, and the reasons for denial were a little subjective, frankly, to say, well, it's a big property, you could put it someplace else. Well, yes, true, but how far? Well, it's not compatible with, growth plan. Well, this really isn't growth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I would love to have a chance to come back, but I'm reluctant to be that guy that asks for a continuance.
I wouldn't be shy.
And I'll just say, if they were to stop operations while they're going through this process, we wouldn't be opposed to a continuance. The reason why we had been opposed to continuance is because this is an ongoing thing. They have been cited. The county has been holding off filing an enforcement action because, that this was the process that they were going through. But I've been there where I'm representing someone who has noticed a violation, and if you continue it too often, they will go ahead and file a lawsuit, and I think we've already seen an example of that today. So if they could stop operations while we're working on this so there's no more noise concerns, and then see if we can figure something out, then I wouldn't be opposed to a continuance.
Can I address the violation?
Well, I think, yes. I mean, please, but at the same time, he's asking us to either vote this up or vote it down, or you postpone and agree to not service the dogs in the meantime.
Well, here's the thing about that. That creates a hardship for the customers. We've got lots of customers, and the dogs are inside at night. So they're not outside barking at night. They come in, they're air-conditioned kennels at night. During the day, they come out. We have a full-time houndskeeper that is on top of it. Early in this process, we had complaints. Yes, we did. But here's what we've done. We have these policies, we have these procedures. In the submittals that I presented, I went through all of that. If codes enforcement wants to notify me that they're going to move forward, I think that's the mechanism for me to be told to shut down our operations. So I'd like to postpone it to give me a chance to work with staff and Mr. Mullins, but to continue things on as they were, if that's okay.
Steve, can you speak to that?
Well, much like the case earlier, I think if this is postponed today, we would move forward with our enforcement, but knowing that when we get in front of a judge, the judge is going to ask, has it played out before this body? And we're going to say no. So we wouldn't get any resolution at the court until it's played out here. So, I don't think we could say we're not going to move forward with our enforcement, because we would, but I don't think a judge will take action until this body takes action.
Commissioner Gill.
Sure, I'll make some comments. I think there's a pathway forward here for everybody to get what they want, but I want to address a couple of things that would make sense. That we've heard a little bit from Councilor Quist that we're not really supposed to be weighing in on the noise and that, but that's exactly what we're supposed to be weighing in on. So this has been a really topsy-turvy commission. This has been the most interesting meeting, and typically when we have use on review in front of us, we are charged with weighing the impacts between a property rights and two parties' property rights, and we're trying to look for a compromise that maintains the property rights of both people in a way that is harmonious for our area. And oftentimes we have opposition or who will come speak, and they will say things such as, this is what we expect to happen. This will be the impact that we imagine in our brains, and it's up to us to sort of weigh whether or not that's going to be likely or not. However, in this scenario, we know exactly what the impact is. The impact is to the point where we have a lawsuit coming in over noise ordinance violations. Like, there is no question as to what the impact of this facility is on the neighbors. And I think that that's a really important point. Is it's agricultural land, sure, but it doesn't mean that you can have a dog kennel. Dog kennels were explicitly left out of by right. They were allowed on use on review specifically so that we would have the opportunity as a commission to be able to weigh in and say things like, you're going to need to put a buffer in, you're going to need to locate this away from houses on the off chance that there was noise. There's no off chance here. There's absolutely a problem that needs to be addressed. So at minimum, there's going to be the need to move that. I would, if this was not an existing business that was already in place and we were presented with this site plan, I would be in favor of moving it. What was it, 75 feet is where it's currently located in the property line. You can see a house in the picture that's right here. That is way too close to the subdivision. At minimum, it needs to be in the bottom southeast corner of this property, abutting open land that does not have housing on it, to make sure that that noise is appropriately buffered. I think that the challenge here is that we now listening to two lawyers argue over how we want to proceed on this. So if we can't get to somewhere where there's a postponement and the noise ends, then we have to vote this up or down today. And if it has to be based on the site plan that's in front of us, not one that we can move around in front of us at a commission meeting, we can really only talk about what's in front of us right now. If it's in front of us as it is now, it is injurious to the neighborhood that's next to it, just full stop. And I can't support a project moving forward. And let's not forget that this is not a asking for permission scenario. This is definitely an asking for forgiveness scenario. This shouldn't have been built to begin with. So at best, the only way I see moving forward here is a postponement and some way of stopping operations until this is found to be a way that we can accommodate everybody involved. But if it has to happen in a manner that we have to make a decision today on that because we're not willing to go through with that, then I would be in support of staff's recommendation for denial.
Quick addressing the citation we received was for not having the correct use. The citation, which is item 13 in my submittals, says uses permitted on review. That's what we were cited for. It says must apply for a use on review for a dog boarding kennel. We've not been cited for violating a noise ordinance. Slight difference.
Well, yes, but what we're considering when you're doing a use on review is the impact on other adjacent property owners. That's our consideration. So when we have a council opposing coming and telling us, well, the impact is a ton of noise, well, okay, that's the impact. So we have to weigh against that we're seeing. And normally we don't know what that impact is going to be. Now we do know. There's going to be a ton of neighborhood complaints, and they're not making it up. They have a problem with it, which is what precipitated this to begin with. As I understand, the neighbors called county to enforce this specifically because they don't want to have a dog kennel next to them any longer.
Mr. Elliott, did you have a comment?
Yes, just I wanted to echo that we did cite them for not having a use on review and operating a dog kennel. We have not documented noise violations with the site.
Very good. Commissioner Hill.
So I would suggest that the cleanest thing would be to vote on this. If we voted in support of staff, they could still come back with a different plan, couldn't they? They don't have to wait a year, and that kind of settles all the following procedures. So that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to get there. I mean, I think that's probably where we're going to end up here. You know, if the commission votes to support staff, your use on review would be denied and you would not be able to operate. You've been cited, now it's come through commission, but that does not preclude you from making another application immediately with a different site plan. Now, your other side is, you know, you say, well, we'll postpone, and I think you're going to get a lawsuit filed. I mean, that's at least the way I'm going to understand this. So we can do it one way or the other. You know, it's gonna. So the question would be, I will say that it is still up to the applicant. The applicant has the right to request a postponement from the podium, but you're going to risk potential lawsuit, or you let us vote and see where the cards fall.
Can I chime in briefly on that
Please,
too? In addition to the applicant seeking a postponement, I just want to point out, that, and this may or may not be the will of the body at the moment, but according to Section 10 of the bylaws, this body can also initiate a postponement. So if someone wanted to move for a postponement, then that can come as a request from the podium by the applicant, but the commission can do that as well. The only time you couldn't do that is if we were here with this being, a final, a final plat. Any application for final plat can't be postponed without the consent of the applicant, but because this is not that, you could do that as well. So I just wanted to make it clear that the applicant could request it, but also from a procedural standpoint, that's something that the body could initiate as well. The one other thing I do want to say, I see Council Mullins rising. One thing I do want to caution or be clear about, though, is this is a body but not a court, and I don't feel particularly comfortable with this body telling the property owner or business owner that part of the condition of postponement would be that they have to cease operations. There is a representative from the county here, there are codes enforcement. We've heard that there are already some potential violation issues, but they don't have to do with noise, but that doesn't mean that an appropriate effort couldn't be made, and that is the proper way for that to be dealt with. So I want to be really clear on the record that if this body is considering a postponement, certainly these parties can agree to something if they choose to do so, but I would caution this body to not think that you can condition your postponement in that way.
And I would agree with that. I was asking for them to agree to that in order for me not to oppose the
Of
postponement.
course, yeah, we can put it on the record and help you all bridge that divide, but this body can't bind that.
And also, I guess, if a postponement is requested either by the applicant at the podium or from someone in the body, that's not automatically guaranteed. You'd have to vote to approve
That's
or
right.
deny the postponement.
Either way,
It's not-
whether it originates
Okay.
from the applicant or one of the commissioners makes the motion, then it would be just a standard motion, second, and voting process. So to put a bow around it, what Commissioner Huber and Commissioner Hill have all stated, you have a couple of options. You can consider it as it exists before you today, as Commissioner Gill pointed out, or you can consider a procedural motion.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson.
I just want to say, I think Commissioner Gill made some great points, and I really like the proposed solution that Commissioner Hill proposed. So when can we make a motion to just?
You can make a motion anytime you
like. So I want to make a motion to deny the use on review per staff recommendation.
Second.
I guess, could I make?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. We'll have to vote on it first.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner Hill to deny the request for a dog boarding facility in the location. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries to deny. Okay. So our last item on the agenda is item number 54. It's about the executive committee. I think I've made the decision to effectively leave it the same as it was last year because clearly I need all the help I can get. So I'm just going to go with all the experience that I have surrounded me and thank them for their service. So outside of that, do we vote on that, or it's just my?
No, I think you
So read them. So the executive committee would be myself, John Huber, Rich Levinson as vice chair, Karen Adams, Lou Browning, and Tim Hill. And with that said, unless there's any other business, any other commissioners, anything? All right, we are adjourned.